All right, guys. Ugh. We're back. We're on. Time to. What's this? Oh, well, that's not very helpful. Yo, what up, Ed? What up, Topher? What's going on, guys? Appreciate you stopping on in. Um, Tomorrow I will be working. So, did you want to do a little PoE stuff tomorrow, maybe? I'm still like testing out the build a little bit. Uh, Actually, kind of fire, but the damage is a little low. So I'm trying to tinker with it and kind of get closer towards the build itself that he has already put in place. Kind of see if certain things are required or not required. Does that make any sense? So, oh, that's fine. I mean, if you want to do it Thursday instead as well, if you're not too tired after all that, or like I said, since I'll be working, I'll be on early so we can, do some stuff early, Wednesday night or whatever. It doesn't really matter. I just wanted to like show you the build. I was doing T16s last night and the damage is relatively low. It's just my single target for bosses isn't as high as I would like it. But it clears 16s pretty easily. Like the regular mobs. The yellows and the uniques, like the bosses and stuff, those ones I struggle with a little bit. But the rest of it, pretty freaking chill. But I did replace my amulet last night that I want to do a little testing with the amulet. But that's why I need the silver, because I needed 2 silvers and a clear to re-anoint my amulet from one amulet to the next one. And I converted almost every single one of my oils last night, and I only ended up with 1 silver. So I don't have 100 chaos to buy another silver. Pretty much used all my currency. And then the only other thing I would need, I think, is a hope. I think it's a massive or a extra large, so I can pick up these 2 nodes to give me more damage when I have frenzy charges and endurance charges. And then from there, I just need some levels to pick up frenzy charges, and then I'll probably have to run blood rage or something so I can maintain frenzy charges. But anyway, all of that aside, I think right now my character is doing probably 300k DPS, roughly. Like the other day before I switched out my amulet, I think I was doing like 200k, and then I switched out my weapon as well. So let's take a quick gander. So kinetic blast right now. Add full include DPS. Um, like how it says I'm doing 27k DPS, which isn't true. Because I think we have a bare minimum of 3 going out. And then configurations, we currently have we do have power charges. I don't know how I'm getting them, but I am getting them. And when I get back in, I'll be doing frenzy charges and endurance charges. So we'll pop both of those on. We currently have adrenaline does pop every once in a while, but I'm not really worried about that. And then we are in Sand Stance for survivability purposes. And then they are bleeding. They are taunted. They are intimidated, I'm pretty sure. So that should be all of that. Yeah, so roughly 260k DPS. And that's without adding in these 2 nodes here. So this will give me 8% damage per endurance charge and then 8% damage per frenzy charge. And then if I pick up this frenzy charge and this frenzy charge, that'll put us to 5 of both. So that's 8%. That's like 80% increased damage basically. Because of the amulet. So my maximum frenzy charges count as maximum endurance charges. As long as I don't use like a traveling skill, I won't lose my frenzy charges. So I'll always have my endurance charges, but I can lose my frenzy charges on and off, which is whatever. But I get more fortification per endurance charge as well. So basically, I get another 5% damage reduction as well. So yeah, so that's kind of how the build's going. And then defensively speaking, we're about 78% chance to dodge with 90% spell suppression chance. And then our reses are a little wonky. And this isn't even the full DPS, because the reason this isn't the full DPS is because the way that the build works is kinetic blast goes out and then it returns because I have the returning projectiles. But every time kinetic blast hits the tornado, it causes a secondary explosion. So there's like a double explosion going on. So it's like it goes through it and then it causes it to explode and then it comes back through it. So it's like double or triple explosions on top of the kinetic blast exploding on itself and causing shockwaves and stuff. So it's kind of insane. But you'll see it tomorrow. Kind of just blankets the whole screen. I'm just trying to figure, like, I could refund all these points and get a cluster jewel. But I could refund those points and just pick up this and this to pick up these, and then extra points into the other frenzy charge, and then take care of all that, and then work towards this. But right now, I'm like my stats. I don't really have enough stats, like int and strength and stuff, to really like wear all my gear. So that's why I have all the strength and int nodes here, and so that's like taking up points as well. But anyway, that's kind of like where I'm sitting right now. Like I said, 200k DPS isn't quite enough to like melt bosses. So, what up, Phip? Yeah, we were running Blades for a while. It's just I haven't really taken this league that seriously because it wasn't a full league. It was a mini league. Literally, all they did was introduce mercenaries. Really, all they changed. That's not enough of an interest to keep me like hooked, right? Yeah, dig. I only brought it up because I was talking to Edge. We were like, me and Edge have been messing with new builds, like testing things out since this league's kind of dead to us, to see possibly what we can run next league to try to whatchamacallit, get into like a farming of a new mechanic we've never farmed before. So we're kind of just testing builds, and I've tried like 2 or 3 builds so far, and I just tried a couple of builds, and it's the build that I'm working on right now that I'm actually kind of liking. I'm just trying to finagle it in a way that it doesn't require like shit tons of currency to get up and running, and just kind of see how it feels and it plays, and if I like it or not, basically. But so far it's pretty cool. But this game, I think today we're gonna try to get us a decent two-hander, because for some reason I spaced on the fact that Whirlwind does more damage with a two-hander. You're loving the Hydras now? Oh, hell yeah. If you want TPs, Edge, just let me know. I don't mind launching the game, on the side and giving you TPs. Just let me know. The long story short, Dig, I actually pulled up a Cyclone video. It's obviously from 2019, so it's pretty old, so it doesn't really hold too much validity to the current state of the game. But at the end of the day, it's just a little bit of extra information given to me, so I could kind of understand like possibly what I missed or not understanding or something. And yeah, I was just kind of just tinkering around listening to that stuff, which is why like I brought up the fact of like the whole two-hander thing. I was like, wait, that's valid. Why have I been ignoring two-handers? You know what I mean? Oh, we're gonna try and see if we can find us a decent two-hander today. Wait, what do you mean by water? You talking about distilled water, Phil? Never mind, never mind. I get what you're saying. So you were farming birch to level the bubble, but it required like 100,000 like actual like liquid from your cauldron, right? Yeah. I get what you're saying now. Sorry, I was thinking it was like an item that you were spending to, you know what I'm saying? Like that's where I thought what you were saying. I'm not braining right now. I know what you're saying now. I got you. Yeah, I didn't even open my game yesterday. I don't think I've opened it for almost 48 hours. So, you're not wrong. I should probably open it. Bro, I went down there. I do this every time. I could have went down over there, but look right here. The 4.1k on the bubble, that's actually insane. Yeah, so what bubbles have you prismed? Because I don't have very many prisms myself, but I doubled obviously Larry. I feel like that's a no-brainer. I doubled the multiplier ones. So the second bubbles, I doubled the second bubbles on all three colors. And then I was going to double the what is it, the 11th bubble or whatever, the other one that gives you multiplier for all of the skilling bubbles. I was gonna double that one as well. I feel like the multipliers are gonna carry me a lot further than say some of the other one-offs. I was also thinking about doubling the statue one, so that way statues start at like, you know, 50% instead of like 20%, right? I think that would be huge for being able to like speed level trophies. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the statue one would be nuts. But other than that, I definitely think the base stat ones would be insane as well, because, you know, they're easy to level, like speed level, like you were talking about, and they're linear. So they're always a +1 every time you level it. So if you're getting +2 per, and you get it to 10,000, that's 20,000. If you get it to 20,000, that's 40,000. Like, that's huge numbers, right? Oh, was it the 17th? Yeah, I couldn't remember which one it was, but yeah, it was the one that does like bubble like 1, 3, 5, 7, or whatever they are. Yeah, that one, that multiplier. There, 2, 17 base. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And I would say after base stats would be the statue one. Because here's the problem. I feel like the statue one's really good, but if you've already leveled your statues a shit ton, like, you know what I mean? You still have to go and farm a shit ton of statues again to dump them in, right? So it's one of those, if you did it early, before you, like, dumped all of your statues in, I feel like it would work. But at the same time, it's one of those that can be done later, purely because you need to farm a bunch of statues prerequisitely anyway. So it's one of the long-term ones that can be done after base stats, I think. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, the multipliers, I think, are more important than the base stat ones. And then once you have the base stat one, or once you have all the multipliers, then the base stat. I think that, like, the order you put them in, I like. That's the order I probably would do them in. That's kind of like where I'm at right now. I'm currently working on the 17s. Because I already have all the 2s done. And I have Larry done. So I'm gonna be doing the 17s next. I just need to find more, right? Kind of where I'm at right now. I'm kind of stuck because I don't have more of the prisms. I have like 5 out of 10 to be able to do my next one. Okay, that's not what the, okay, we gotta run all the way back. Find this dude. Yeah, because of the multiplier, right? Because you get like the 5 times or whatever from the multiplier, right? One that like multiplies bubble 1 from like 17. Because you can get to like 2.8% pretty easy, or 2.8 times, and then you multiply that, it's like 5 point something times multiplier. So like you said, if you get it to 100K and then you times that by like 5, right, that's pretty fucking easy. And then you double it. That's fucking crazy stats. Yeah, a couple people have recommended the carpentry one, and I don't dislike it, but you know me, Phip. I'm obviously inefficient with things, but I find it really hard to invest into something that I know at some point down the road will be useless, right? So investing in, let's say, artifact chance, right? Yes, the artifact chance will increase the speed at which I complete all my artifacts for my sailing, but once I have all the artifacts, it's a wasted stat, right? Same thing with cooking speed. At a certain point, once your meals are maxed, cooking speed is useless. Shocker, right? And then I kind of feel the same way when it comes to like breeding chances and that kind of stuff. And then that also trickles down into carpentry, because eventually carpentry is done, right? And once carpentry is done, like all that the bubble you just put the prism on, kind of useless, in my opinion. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but at the same time, the time it would take you to complete carpentry is astronomical, like years, if not longer. So it does save you shit tons of time, yes. And it actually makes it possible to actually complete it, for sure. But I'm just torn if it's worth a prism. Wait, Pip, I didn't think that the second bubble multiplied the first bubble. From my understanding, bubble 2 does not multiply the stats from bubble 1. I thought only 17 multiplied the stats from bubble 1. That's what I was told like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. I was told that bubble 2 does not multiply the stats of bubble 1. Even though it specifically states small bubbles, I think it buffs everything but bubble 1. So that's why I thought it did, but someone told me it doesn't. Like a long time ago. I heard it from multiple sources that it supposedly didn't. Yeah, only affects the ones above it. So it would be bubble 3 and above and onward. So that's why I was saying it doesn't technically affect bubble 1. Did the text get removed? Okay. Well, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, technically, if you did all of the math, you could figure out if it works or doesn't work, technically speaking. But that's a lot of math, obviously. I mean, that's personal preference if you want to do it. Because, like, what I would say is, um, basically find out what your percentages are, right? So is it 6% or 6 times and 5 times, right? Which would be like 11 times. Put 1 point into strength, like level the strength bubble 1 time and see how much your strength goes up. Now the problem is you'd have to take all your percentage gear off and percentage bubbles, because you know you have the percentage to all stats and stuff like that on your gear and your bubbles. You have to take all of that off to test it, because that's gonna like fiddle with it a little bit. Well, what I'm saying is, like, if you add 1 strength to your character, and then you have like 100% increased all stats on your character, that should give you 2 strength. In theory. In theory. Like, speaking strictly from a math perspective, it should in theory. Now, obviously, lava coding could work completely opposite and not true in any way, shape, or form, but just speaking from like an aspect of math, that's how it should work. That's why I was saying if you put like 1 point into the strength and it goes up by like 15, then you know that both bubbles are working. But if it only goes up by like 8, then you know that only one of the bubbles is working. That's kind of where I was getting at.
I'm out of energy.
Like, kind of figuring out like what 1 extra point into the strength bubble, how many points does it actually equate to in the end? Are both working or is only one working? Kind of thing, right? Really? I thought it was base stat. Really? I was 1000% under the impression that, unless he changed it obviously, that it was base stat. Yeah, see, it's total strength. Wait, what? So does this get added on after the fact? Okay. Because of the way it's worded, total strength. So everything gets equated in, and then this gets just tossed on top as an additive. It doesn't go on the front. It goes in. It doesn't go on the front end. It goes in on the back end. Okay, that's what I. Okay, so the word total kind of throws it off. Okay, okay, that makes sense then. Okay. But even so, like, okay, so then you don't have to change any of your stuff. If you just put 1 point into strength and it goes up by like 10, right? Then you kind of can surmise that only one of the bubbles is working. You know what I mean? But if it goes up by like 15 or 20, okay, I am stuck. I need to get down here. Oh, there is a door there. That's the only thing I would say. Just as like a testing purpose, putting 1 point into either wisdom or strength or dex, just to see how much it doubles or how much it increases since it goes on after the fact, would kind of answer the question if bubble 2 actually works with bubble 1 or not. I think that would be the easiest way to test it. Wait, why do you need to get on an archer to test? Can't you see how much it increases it on like even a like a barb or anything? Yo, what up, Topher? Oh, take out the trash and stuff. All right, sounds good. Welcome back. Got the bed, Edge. All right, man. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Edge. I don't want to take away from you going to bed, but could you do me a favor if you don't mind? Could you check something for me on YouTube? So it's live, but I'm curious. Does it actually have me in the Grim Dawn section? Because I was thinking about it today, is when I go live via the OBS broadcast, it the category, it only lets me set the category as gaming. It doesn't let me set the game category directly. So I'm curious, like, what category it's putting me in.
I can't do that yet.
Well, all I was gonna have you do was just go to YouTube itself and just type in Grim Dawn at the top. Go to like the live feed, and see if you see my stream in there, because there shouldn't be very many people streaming Grim Dawn. They do, Pip. They do. Here, I'll see if I can find it myself. It's not a big deal. All right, so it's like go in here, type in Grim Dawn, and then they have like a live section right here. So I am in the Grim Dawn section. Okay. I just don't know how it knows I'm in the Grim Dawn section. Maybe it's because of like the title. That's the only thing I can think, because his is Grimming the Dawn, so it's like not even considered Grim Dawn, but yet he's still in the same category. So I don't know how it knows what category I'm in. That's just weird. Google AI, no shit, right? All right, all right. So that quest is done. Anyway, I was gonna have you check it. I ended up just checking it myself, but I appreciate it. Have a good night, Edge. I appreciate you. Sleep well. I'll talk to you tomorrow whenever you you know, you're available. Your 5 minutes of like Sea of Thieves or something. Appreciate you, man. Stalker. Hey, no shit, right? But yeah, I am curious though, Pip, like how it knows what category I'm in. Because there's no way to select the game category that I have found in the YouTube dashboard, right? Because, like, for example, I'm just going to show it. This is like the stream settings, right? It's got like the stream key, it's got the URL so you can give it to people. It's got the stream latency, which is annoying. It defaults to normal. I can't change this since I go live through. Oh, Topher, I didn't realize you messaged in YouTube. Thank you. Interesting. When'd you do this? Because this is my multi-chat and it doesn't say your. Oh, it does say it up here. Okay. I was like, it doesn't say you said it here. Anyway, but it defaults to normal and I can't lower the latency because I go live through OBS. But there's like auto start, auto stop, captions. There's nowhere in here that allows me to select the game section, right? So you compare this to, well, I can't really show you on Twitch's dashboard, but like this, for example, right? Since I am streaming directly to Twitch, I have the ability to change the category via this, and I get a lot more options. Now, maybe I can do that if I stream directly to YouTube and then like side streamed to Twitch instead of like doing it the other way around. But I do know in Twitch itself there is ways to like change your category. So I can go in here to edit stream information and I can change the category, I can change the title, you know, I can change my go live notification, who it's going to, I can change all my tags. Like this is much more user friendly and information than the YouTube dashboard. So I hope YouTube actually like modifies some stuff to make it a little more friendly and what is that, like granular, so you can like put better information into it and stuff. Anyway, till it rains. What? Till it rains. I don't know what you mean. Well, here's the thing, Phip. I think upping bubble 2 ups another bubble above it that indirectly gives you more wisdom. Right? So bubble 2, right? All smaller bubbles are higher bonuses, warriors, whatever. So in theory, it should boost the multi-orange bubble. So this multiplier multiplies this bubble, right? And then if this bubble is getting multiplied stronger, then it should, in theory, increase that one. So to take a step back from what we're thinking, is I don't think this bubble actually buffs this bubble, for the sheer fact that if this bubble is buffing this bubble, there's no way that it's going to buff this bubble and this bubble. You know what I'm saying? Because let's say this is 5 times. If this is multiplying all small bubbles by 5 times, 5 times this 4.4 times is like 20 times. And then if this 20 times bubble is being multiplied to this, and then this is also multiplying on this, that would be busted. There's no way it does that. You know what I'm saying? So you went up 21 from a +4, which is your base one doubled? Because if it's doubled, that would have been 8. Okay. Oh, so it's not? So it's just straight +4? Okay. So yeah, you got +4 stats. And +4 stats equated to roughly 21 increase. So it's like 7 times. Wait, is that 7 times? Less than 7 times, right? Less than 6. Like 5 point something. So it's only going off of the multi-orange. Well, with that in mind, though, if multi-orange is the only thing buffing it, does this not buff multi-orange? Well, I mean, multi-orange, multi-green, you know what I'm saying. Orange, green doesn't matter. Well, the way this is written doesn't make any sense. It says, all green passive bubbles which are smaller, are the smaller sized ones, gives times more bonus, you know, to your archer classes. So this is a small bubble. So why doesn't this work? Yeah, but this isn't a big bubble. Over. The 17s aren't big bubbles, they're small bubbles. And that's what I was saying. It won't multiply a multiplier because it would be busted. But it is a passive. It's just the way it's worded doesn't say that it won't do the multipliers. I mean, but it is a passive. It passively multiplies everything else. Like almost everything in here is passive. Construction speed is passive. You know, statue XP, passive. Base stats, passive. It just works. It just adds on. Nothing in here is an active. Like, except for maybe like even this is like it's a passive. You get more multi catch percent. Like I don't understand the math there. Yep. Bubble 17 itself doesn't give stats, so 0 times bubble 2. But that's not the math. The math is 5.6 times. And then you have another 4.4 times. They're 2 multipliers. You don't look at 2 multipliers and say, oh, well, one's a 0. So it's going to be 0. You multiply the multiply. So it would be something like 4 times, bracket, 5 something times, bracket, and then you would have the stat inside of whatever it's multiplying. Technically, that's how the math should work, but it's not coded that way because he doesn't want to break it. He doesn't want it to be super strong and overpowered, so he doesn't he codes it to ignore the multipliers. And I get that. But that's not the way it's written. I know there is a math that would say 0 times bubble 2 equals 0. Yes. But what I'm saying is you're stating that bubble 17 is a 0 when it's not a 0. Because it quote unquote doesn't give a stat, but it does give a multiplier. So in the grand scheme of things, you wouldn't say bubble 0 or bubble 17 is 0. You would say bubble 17 is a multiplier. So it would be 4.4 times whatever it's going up against, which let's say if it was bubble 2, it would be another multiplier. So it would be a bracket, right? So it would be whatever, I don't know what the bracket would call it. This thing. It'd be this thing. A little round thing, right? So it'd be like 4.4 bracket 5.6, right? And then that would be like times whatever it is that you're going up against. So let's say 10K stat, right? That would be the math. You know what I'm saying? That would equal 246,400 because the multiplies, you know, gets multiplied into the base, whatever it's firstly being multiplied by. So it doesn't matter which one goes first. I mean, obviously it does depending on how it's coded. That's how it should work. But like I said, he wouldn't do that because he doesn't want to break the numbers and make everything super overpowered, you know, so easily. Like I said, Topher, it's not that he's doing his own math. It's he's trying not to put two multipliers together to astronomically like juice the or inflate the numbers. So he is literally blacklisting certain things from being like used by that content, right? Or being used by it. He just doesn't say it in the text. It's something you have to figure out on your own. It's not directly stated otherwise. Which is fine. I mean, it's whatever. Who the fuck cares? But it's just one of those things that it would be nice if you could see it or understand it, right? Without having to guess. Yeah, at this point in time, like, you're just kind of just throwing shit at the wall and hoping things stick, you know what I mean? Alright, we are working on quests. I'm gonna go pee really quick, and then we're gonna jump into the next quest. I don't know what it is yet. So give me a second. Also, I don't know how true it is, but I did hear a long time ago that the reason why Bubble 2 doesn't work with Bubble 17 is because supposedly Bubble 2 only works on the first 15. It doesn't work on anything above the 15th bubble. Like, I don't know how true that is. You know, that might be some tinfoil hat bullshit someone tossed at me one day. But that's something I did hear. Just not sure how true that is. All right, sounds good, Pip. I appreciate you. Sorry, I had to go pee. But have a good rest of your day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I'll talk to you later, man. All right, so let us see where we are at. So can I uncheck this? Sweet. Okay. So we are on this one. So, uh, abandoned lumber mill in the Blood Grove called Geyer's Mill. However, it is overrun with like spawns. Captain assists in the matter, but Captain believes casualties would be too great. Captain command. We clear out the lumber mill in the Blood Grove. Okay. So let us find the Blood Grove. Alright, so it's up here. I'm assuming it's... Is it this? Oh no, it's Geyer's Mill. Okay. Well, let's go up there and see if we can get this one done. Alchemy is nuts. Didn't I do this? Pretty sure this is the guy I gotta kill. Okay. I already killed that guy, and that guy kicked my ass a bunch. So let's head back up and hope for the best. Maybe I didn't have the quest to begin with. It does say Cleric Geyer's Mill in the Blood Grove, and it says 0 of 18. So what exactly does it want me to do? Anyway, Topher, thank you for being here. Are you still messing with this build on your own? Okay, I don't think this is what we're looking for. Yeah, there's an island first? Alright, sounds good. Oh, yeah, that happens, Topher. That definitely happens for sure. So something I definitely overlooked with this build, Topher, that I think would help me a lot is using a two-hander instead of a one-hander and a shield. I watched a quick like little YouTube video that someone made of this of a like Cyclone Clone build. They explained a few things, and I was like, "Oh shit! How did I overlook that like so blatantly?" So, all right, hold on. I need to go take care of the animals. Give me a second. Alright, sorry, I'm back. Dealing with the little puppies and stuff. Alright, sorry about that. Take this one. Alright, sounds good. These bonuses are crazy. 51 million? Bro, you did so much damage. That's crazy. I absolutely despise the justice one. It's fucking dreadful, man. Justice can suck it. Like, I don't so it's not that it's bad, it's just I don't like having to read everything and to understand, is it a positive, is it a negative, do I accept, do I deny, because each one of them is slightly different on what it gives you, and then at that point you have to like live on the wiki to know what it does, or just have a very good memory, and I don't. It's just so dumb. At least with like bravery, it's clear cut and dry. You do X amount of damage and you have to kill X amount of damage. The matching one sucks in its own right, but at least it's straightforward. Oh. I found a secret area. Let's go. What's back here? What the shit? Oh, I found a purple. Oh, 50 purple. Totally normal bulwark. Interesting. That's a third one I have found. There's one that actually looks hilarious. I think it's a mace, and and the name is like totally a normal shield or something like that. But it's a mace. It looks just like a shield, and but it's a mace. Hilarious. I mean, technically, it's not my first, but it's the first I found without help. Because someone else showed me where a couple other ones were. Like, there's one in, like, the main town once you build across to the west. There's, like, one purple over there you can get. And then there was another one in the green portal. You take the green portal over, and then there's, like, another little secret area over there that you can do, and you can get another purple one over there. So I got those purples as well, but I don't know what I did with them. Alright, someone tell me what I'm missing with this quest. This quest is not very descriptive. I figured I would have ran around this zone and found it by now, but either I'm missing a cave somewhere that's not showing me on the minimap, or I need to open up some chests or something, or I'm just in the completely wrong zone. I feel like I'm in the right zone, but I might not be. Oh, found it. Okay, come on. It just randomly popped up as I walked up to it. Guess that's what we were looking for. Okay, I'm gonna assume this. Oh, at the homestead. Okay. Next quest. Several cannons. Manufactured still abandoned in the area northeast of the homestead, known as the Corporation. That's better. He warned recovery is the equivalent of. Alright, so it should be right up. Oh, right up here, right? Let's go give that a shot. Oh, before we go, I want to see if we can buy a decent candle, buddy. But not from this guy. I was hoping there'd be like a decent. Like this one actually looks pretty solid. But like look at it, it says it does less damage than what I'm wearing. Like why would I wanna. Here's the problem. Is I need to invest more into fire instead of fizz, but if you look at all my gear, like this gives fizz percent. This gives fizz percent, plus the set bonus gives fizz percent. This gives fizz percent. So in order to make the fire conversion, I have to completely convert like all my fizz to fire. Like this needs to be swapped out for something that has fire percent. This needs to be swapped out for something for, oh, well, obviously the weapon would swap it out, but like this is 80% plus another 20%, so it needs to be over 100% fire damage, which this is. And then the chest piece needs to be swapped out for even more fire damage, but then I lose the flat 50% from the set bonus, so I'd have to find either a set bonus or something with even more. But this has fire on it. This has more fizz percent, so I'd have to like fully switch out my gear for fire percent. Alright, sounds good, Dig. I appreciate you, man. I'll see you when you get back. What are you saying? 23... Oh, 23 times. Are you talking about on one of your events? Bro, 200 artifact chance or 130 catching? That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Alright, yeah, so they don't really have any gear for me. So that's that. You can check this stuff out. Let's move all of this over. Put that away. Dude, all these components are actually wild. They take up so much damn inventory space. Request. Okay, so this is vitality, bleeding health, and then this is more fizz percent. This isn't bad. We could probably swap to this. This should give us more damage. Yeah. All right. Get rid of this, and then this. Yeah, because I want to increase my magical damage, right? Because magic damage would be fire damage, if I'm not mistaken. So we just need to juice into fire damage a little bit more. Yeah, I want to make a swap, man, but I think in order to do that, I have to find fire percent gear. Yeah, what? 300 catching, 400 harp, 300 summoning, 150 chance for justice. Crazy. Alright, yeah, configuration. I do actually want to check something really quick. So, the video I watched, the guy made a comment that there was a axe a good starting axe, two-handed axe that you could buy from one of these vendors. I think it was this vendor. But I guess it's not here anymore. They've moved it or changed it or something. Or maybe it doesn't pop up till later when I'm a higher level. All good. We'll just have to try and find a good... Because I think what I'm going to try and shoot for, Topher, is I think I'm going to try and like lean into the fire damage. Right? Since the skill does fire damage. I think what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and get a two-hander that has fire % damage. Maybe some burn and like chance to burn or something on it. Maybe fizz converted to fire. And then that'll take care of these slots. And then I have to, you know, get rid of all my fizz % gear and go into fire %. I think that's what I'm going to shoot for. But we'll see how it works out. And the main reason for that is like I think it'll work as with the Arcana specifically, because this will give us fire resist negatives. So if we put a point to this and we use this while we're whirlwinding to reduce their fire res, that'll increase our damage. And that's kind of like the goal, right? And then on top of that, we do have like this here where it gives burn damage increase plus duration. So if we do go into burn, we have this ability here to do that. And then we can convert the small amount of fizz we do have to element, which I'd rather not, personally, but I did see somewhere where this is actually a really good pickup as a 1 point. Because they do a little bit of damage, which is fine and all. But supposedly picking this up allows for you to like attach like a skill to them, make it a little bit stronger. Also 1 point here to like get a movement skill supposedly. But I'm not 100% on that. They also did recommend picking up Ascension for the damage absorption. And 1 point in this. Or at least some points into this. But I don't know. Kind of at a loss right now of exactly where to go and what to do. Because I have everything I want in here for damage purposes. They did recommend that I pick up this. So maybe we juice into this. Pick up some probabilities. Yeah, this. Yeah, this is for sure something I want to pick up. This is also another one. Yeah, from both classes, but I also want this as a oh shit button. Because something that they brought up, which I actually thought was a genius idea, is since this has a cooldown on it, the more you level it, the less the cooldown is, right? But if they supposedly combo it with... I gotta find it. I think it's this. No, maybe not that. This one? Alright, hold on. So there's one that when it's used, it gives you a bunch of HP back and HP regen or something, but it has a cooldown of how often you can use it. And basically you attach it to that oh shit button. So when you get low on HP, you hit your oh shit button, which prevents you from taking damage for like 4 seconds. But then when you combo with this, it gives you a bunch of HP back and HP regen. So basically by the time your invulnerability falls off, you're at full HP again. Oh, it is this. Okay. So Giant's Blood. So see how it says skill recharge in 25 seconds? And it lasts for 6 seconds. So it restores 8% plus 400 life with 50 life regen per second. You combo this with this, and you level this up so the skill recharge rate matches. So every time you hit your oh shit button, that devotion procs at the same time. So you take 100% no damage, and then when you have that 100% no damage, you heal back up to full, and it's just like a every 25 seconds oh shit button. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is like go up to here, grab the oh shit button. So when I start taking damage and start dying, I just, boom, I hit it, I survive for longer, and then it allows me to wait the timeout for this, because this is 12 seconds, right? So I need to make time for that. So that's helpful. And then we pick up our oh shit button, put our oh shit button here. You see that's at 36 seconds right now, so I need to get down to 25 seconds. And then I need to find a way to get to him. Because in order to get to here, I need 5 purple and 5 yellow, or 5 green. And this one gives me 3 purple and 3 green, which will put me to 4. So it's not quite enough. This is also 3 and 3. And technically this one would give me 5, and this one would give me 5. But I don't think any of this gives me what I want. Like offensive ability, poison, yeah, not great. This is straight health, resist, health. That's not bad. Trying to find one that's gonna give me 4 instead of 3 for completion. If I can find one that can give me 4 of both, then we can make it work. Ellie damage, energy regen, Zeke defense, Ellie res, and other. So maybe this one wouldn't be bad. This would give us 4, which will put us to 5. And then we need another one that gives us 5 for purple. Yeah, I know. I don't know how to tell if it requires a, like, if it requires a prerequisite, like this one, for example. How do I know this one, like, because it looks like affinity requirement is just, wait, is this the one I wanted? It is. So I was actually wrong. I don't need 5 and 5. I need 4, 3, so completely different colors. I don't know what I was looking at. I was looking at something wrong. I was looking at this one. I need Giant's Blood. Okay, so yeah, because I did see the affinity requirements. So that's all it requires is just those color, right? Just to get here. So this is what I'm trying to get to. So I need 3 of these. This one gives 2. So here's what I was thinking, Cap. If this gives me 2 for completing it, does completing mean I grab every single point inside of it? So I'd have to grab this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one to get a completion. And if that's the case, this only requires 3 pink. It gives 2. So basically I could do something to get me to it, and then I can refund the purples or the pinks somewhere else to have more points. Not the ones I have it unlocked, right? I could do something like that. Bargain? Alright, sounds good, Tover. Alright, so with that in mind, this gives 2. I need to find one that gives 3 pink. This gives 2. That was too far. That gives 2. That gives 2. Gives 2. Um, two, two. Okay, this one gives 3. And it's a 3-pointer, but it gives all damage, physical resist, total speed. Okay, this one's pretty solid, I think. Increases energy regen. It gives me offensive ability plus total speed, which is attack speed, movement speed, and cast speed. And then all damage and physique. I think this one's solid. I would need 1 point here to be able to pick it up. That gives me the pink I need, and then I could refund this point. I don't know how to refund. Friends event. Alright, sounds good, Tover. Let me know when you're back. Alright, so that gives us the 3 we need. And we need 4 green and 4 blue. Right, so we need green now. Alright, so this is a good start. We can actually pick up 1 blue. Pick this up, but is it any good is the question. Chance on attack. Does fire damage, chance for confusion, fire damage, physique, spirit. This isn't great, but it does give fire damage. That's what I thought. Okay. So, do you think this is a good pickup right here then? For now, Kev? That's fine. I can farm those. It just takes a little bit of time. This gives me 3 of each, so this will put me to 4 green and 4 blue, because I need to pick up the blue to actually pick it up. Do you think this is worth it? Because it does give me like a little bit of fire damage, and then some spirit, some physique, you know, and then it gives me this, which is like something I can just add to my cyclone for now, for a chance for confusion, and then added fire damage and stuff like that. Just something simple that like an additive. Do you think this is worth it? And then I could then have enough points to go into this. And then I can refund a few things. Because I'll have more than enough pink. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I'm trying to find something that's going to give me green and blue, or at least enough of one to get to it, right? That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. And like, this is a 4-point, but it doesn't give me blue. Right, because I'm looking for what's going to give me blue and green. So blue is up here. And the only thing that overlaps is this one, it looks like. And the snake. Wait. Oh, sorry. This one. But it only gives me 1 for each. R is too much. Kraken technically gives me an overlap. Wish I can, like, click both. Kind of see which one overlaps. Yeah, I think this is the only one, so we'll just do this. All right, so let's pick up the blue. Put that on Eye of Reckoning. That gives us this. Technically, I don't need to complete this one, but I could for... Like, this is solid. I definitely want this, for sure. We could finish this up. Just to give us a whole bunch of sustainability. But now we can get rid of... Because we only need 4, so we can get rid of 3 of the green. We can get rid of... Wait, not 3 of the green. Yeah, we can get rid of 3 green... 3 pink, 3 green, and 3 pink we could technically get rid of. So technically we can get rid of Jackal. But I think we'll keep it. It's just a flat damage increase. We'll just deal with this for now. We won't worry about refunding. We'll refund later when we need to. I think that's good where it's at. Yeah, the reason I went with the one I went with is specifically for my oh shit button. So the oh shit button, the mirror, basically makes me take no damage, right? So it's like a 4.5 second duration of taking 0 damage with like a 40-second cooldown, but as you level it, it goes down. And if you combo it with this, since you're not taking any damage, it just gives you straight up HP, and then it gives you HP regen for 6 seconds. So basically, when I get low on life, I pop that as an oh shit button, heal back up, and then I'm back to full HP, doing what I'm doing. And then when I get low again, I have a health flask, right? And then when I get low again, hopefully this will be off cooldown again. And I can just kind of roll through back and forth, back and forth. Still running into an energy regen problem, which we have to still fix. But 10% regen here. And then we got a little bit more spirit. And then I think down here we got a bunch of regen and health, I think. Yeah, so nothing crazy. I think it's good enough for now. This is the only thing that I was thinking about. I think it was owl. Yeah, the owl right here. This is the one I was thinking about picking up. Or it gives Elirose, but it mostly gives 5% cost reduction. So in theory, we could pick this one up. Seems like a pretty easy starter one, but then I have to like refund it later, most likely. Anyway, I think this is where we're gonna sit for now. We'll make that work for itself. I need to level a little bit more. So what are we at damage wise? We're up to 19k. And if I can get what was I gonna say? If I can get a two-hander, and I can make the conversion swap to fire, or even just like a two-hander with like huge fizz roll on it, we can make the swap to a two-hander. Ooh, baby, that hurt. That's far right. I thought there was one on the left too. I thought there was like a torch on the left. This one over here. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, because this is the one I saw. So like burn damage, right? And then it gives more burn for 3 seconds. Like this is pretty huge for adding burn. Max fire res. You know, fire damage like directly with 5%. Crit, movement, whatever. Offensive ability, chaos res, whatever. Fire damage, offensive ability. I felt like this is solid. That's the one thing I did see, and I was like, damn, that could be insane. So yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking about, like pushing to. But that means we need like 15 of this and like 8 of this, which isn't hard. We can get to that. Just especially since I already have this, which is green and pink anyway. This kind of goes with it kind of well. Have to figure out what's next. We are cracking. This one goes really high. Anyway, yeah, so that was kind of like my thought. Like, I could easily go Fizz. Like, Fizz isn't a problem. Fizz with Bleed, but like you said, being an Arcanist, I don't feel like Bleed is, like, in the cards. Because the Arcanist doesn't really scale into Bleeds. Like, the only thing he has is he has Oh Shit button, the Absorption, he has offensive ability and Spirit. Another oh shit, your HP got low, here's some more damage and regen. He's got the nullification, the energy cost reduction. Right, like that's really, and he has this for more fire damage. There's really no bleed on this aspect of the tree, right? Like, yeah, we can go into things like this for like chance for a burn, offensive ability, ether resist with burn increasement over here. We can go that route. But there's no bleed, right? And then we got fire res reduction here that we can opt into to make it a little bit stronger, right? Like, so I feel like with this, bleed isn't really our go-to. You know what I'm saying? Like, Oathbreaker is fine to be able to go Fizz in theory, because this gives like Fizz and crit. This does do Fizz. We just have to convert the fire and the lightning over. This gives more Fizz, right? So I'd have to refund this. If we go fire, it's not a big. I mean, I do like the fact that it's just all damage as well, not just straight Fizz. And I think the Fizz is fine if we convert it to fire. I don't think Smite works with it, so that's not really useful. Um. But then we have this as like another kind of oh shit button. So we have alternate oh shit buttons. This one would be used like in another setting, basically. And then we have this as like another alternative to this, right? They kind of proc at the same time kind of thing. This one just doesn't have as much uptime. So kind of the way I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking this could be useful depending on what we find in our devotion tree, because if it's something that's like 100% chance on hit, that these things will hit and trigger it guaranteed, we could use these for that specifically. So there is a place for them. I just haven't found a use for them yet. Why I haven't picked them up, because yes, they'll do a little extra damage. They'll help a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not really gonna make or break much of a difference to the build right now. Alright, so this is what we were looking for. Oh, that's a big dude. Why did you jump to the left? Wait, what? What is blocking me? I don't get it. Oh, my ability was on cooldown. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. That fucked up. Don't mind me. That place actually sucks. There's just so much ether everywhere on the ground. And I don't know what was body blocking me on that guy, but kind of prevented me from doing a whole lot of stuff. I couldn't move like at all. Yeah, so like I said, I was kind of keen on going full Fizz. But since we went with the Arcanist, that kind of made me revamp my plans for fire. And like I said, with the fires, we're going to do burn instead of bleed. But at the end of the day, it's like, that's fine. It's whatever. Like, fire versus bleed, like, I feel like there's not much of a difference. So either way, we'll be fine for sure. It's just a different focus when it comes to gear. Fucking ether shit. Ridiculous. How much it chunks me. Crazy. It's actually nuts. Alright, he's dead. Sweet. Alright, could we do what we wanted to do? Wait, I removed veteran mode? How'd I do that? How did I do that? Did I do that? Oh, I did. How did I do that? What? I didn't realize I did that. Oh, you know what it probably was? When I switched the game mode and I switched it back, it probably changed it. That's probably what happened. Alright, so now we're on the main story quest line. Alright. Well, kind of. So we gotta go to the west. In here. Yeah, but don't I, according to what it was just saying, I also need to get some glands or something? Be able to even open it or to go into it or some shit? Yeah, because the first thing it says, collect a pheromone gland from this person and collect one from this person. So I have to find those first? Really? Okay. So basically run around and find a hole. Because according to what it was saying, is like, to even access her lair, I need the pheromone or something. To be able to get in is what it was saying. All good. We'll run around, we'll look, we'll see what we find. Oh, that was like a boss thing? Yeah. So that takes care of that. We could go up there and check that out. Figure it out next. Let's go up here. Alright, I hear a loud noise, and I don't know what that loud noise was. Like, ba-ding! That guy has a lot of fucking HP. But... Hey. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, ba-da-bum, bum, 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 ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Oh man, so how's oh, is this the hole you're talking about? How's the did you get on your sleep schedule again, Dig? I know you said you were like gonna try and get back on a normal sleep schedule. Wasn't sure if you're able to or not yet. I'm assuming these are the guys I have to kill. Yeah, that's the problem with like storms. Like, you never know if there's like gonna be a small little like power outage blip or something. You don't want to like ruin the computer. Like, it's so frustrating because like the power going like flicking out and stuff could actually kill your computer. You know what I mean? that quick little like flicker literally could just quite literally your computer could just never turn back on. You know what I mean? That's kind of scary. It's usually like obviously more of like ideal if you just aren't on the computer at all, or having some sort of like UPS attached to it, so that takes the surge and or blip, and the computer doesn't turn off and back on kind of thing. I want to get one myself, but they're a couple $100 for a decent one. Because typically when it rains here, we do get like random power blips, like you're talking about. You know? And it's really frustrating. Poison. Can we talk about this? Like, what kind of bullshit is this? You are literally stuck against the wall. You won't move. And you're gonna throw poison all over the ground so no one gets you, so it's like a ranged fight. So fuck melee. This is one of my biggest problems with MMOs and ARPGs, is they kind of design fights in a way that completely and utterly ignore like the playability of melee. They're like, oh, well, we want to make this fight as annoying as possible. Force people to move. Force people to, like, you know, not stand in one spot. Blah, blah, blah. Make those mechanics. But then they don't think about, oh, well, what if you're playing a fucking melee build? It's just so frustrating. Whatever, but it's frustrating. Oh, shit.
Energy is low.
Oh, he was pissed about somebody in his D&D group? Really? What was he so pissed about? Like,
My energy is low.
really? Yeah, so using like meta information. I mean, that honestly, I'm not like I don't fault your friend for it, because if you think about it, you know how frustrating it is when people use outside information to influence their choices and information within a game. That if you're playing a role-playing situation where you're supposed to only have the information that that character has learned, and you're like I said, you're using the outside information to benefit you, that's kind of metaing and against the rules, and really would piss a lot of people off. Like, I don't fault your friend for being mad about
I
it.
don't have enough energy.
So what he needs to do is he just needs to let the guy die off. He needs to let him, like, he needs to, like, not force him into, like, a predicament, but back him into a corner where, like, it forces him to do something that, you know, he could gamble a loss, and then he just needs to choose to not help him. Oh, so he's, like, sworn an oath to the guy to, like, you know, do X, Y, or Z. Yeah. But, thinking about it meta-y, right? Metagaming ourselves, right? How could he stay within his oath while also indirectly working on a plan to get him killed, right? Because, like, think about it as an anime standpoint. There are times where someone has sworn an oath to somebody that can't be broken, or else they die, and it's not, you know, and they can't take actions against them, but they scheme in the background to find the loophole to acquire the circumstances to do what they want to do to get out of their oath, right? Yeah. I don't know, there might be a loophole depending on what the oath is, right? That he could in theory like do it. It just like I said, it depends on how you go about doing it. Alright, so that quest is done. Let's go through our gear, see what we can get rid of. So we don't need guns. I think I'm gonna stop chiming in on these one-handers. Like this one looks sick, but those are all poison based. I think we're gonna start looking for two-handers at this point. And I'm not gonna look into shields either, because we're gonna be going two-handers, so uh yeah, this is pretty solid. I think this is what you were talking about before, Tover, is like maybe like a scepter or something, where I can get like fire damage plus energy regen. Because you were talking about like on the amulets and rings and stuff getting energy regen, which is totally doable. Um, but this also has energy regen, which could be helpful. It's just I don't want to go to a one. I want to make the swap to a two-hander. It's just kind of hard, especially since I need to find like a full fire set of gear. Right, I need to find a full like swap the fire because this is all pure fizz. This is better than the one I'm wearing. So this is fire, burn, health, movement, elementary. So these are great. Might actually make. I'm gonna lose damage here, I think. Actually, we might not. We might lose some energy though. Yeah. So we do lose a little bit of damage. Don't really know why, if I'm being honest. Maybe it's because of the energy. No, maybe it's the offensive ability we lost. But I feel like this one will suit us better since it does have the fire and the burn percent. I don't really care about the vitality part. But the 25 all res is pretty helpful so we can lose it elsewhere. This also has physique armor, armor increase, armor absorption. Um, does anybody off the top of their head know what armor absorption does? I know what damage absorption does. It's just like a flat damage reduction. What does armor absorption do? Is that the same thing but for fizz damage only? I'm trying to see if I can find it. Like be able to read it, you know? Because I got energy absorption. Percent by which the energy spent on attacks and spells that strikes you or replenish your own energy reserve. Interesting. So taking damage actually gives you energy back. So that's fizz, magical, pet. Yeah, I don't know what armor absorption does. I thought it was a damage reduction, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, whatever. Really, Cap? I didn't know that. Is that with this guy up here, or with the guy with the bright yellow bag? Are you talking about these ones? These bigger bags? This is a fizz. This is fizz. This is the only fire one I found. So we got flat fire with fire percent, and then flat. Assuming this is the higher version. What's the higher version? Oh, so you can do both this plus the smaller one? That's actually insane. But I'm assuming it binds it to the character at that point, so you can't change it from character to character, from what you were just saying. This is a decent amulet. Fire percent, burn damage, burn increase, offensive ability, defensive ability, poison acid resist with all res. That's a pretty solid one. I'd have to get the honored still, but what's this paper for? I have no idea what that does. Be another day's problem. Alright. Good enough. Like I said, we lost a little bit of damage. We are making the swap to fire now, so. Alright, let's see what our next quest is. Dark Veil Gate. I think I remember seeing that somewhere. Alright, so we need a Dark Veil Gate north of Sorrow's Bastion. Yeah, this is where we were. Okay. Oh. Okay, so if you remove it, is it then is it no longer bound to the character? Well, that's kind of cool. They just like override them. Alright, I don't understand what you were just saying in that part. Okay, so nothing there. So do we have to go to the next? Oh. Oh, that fucking hurt. Yeah, I'll take that teleport. Oh yeah. Separated them a little bit. It's a little bit easier to fight them when there's not 7 of them. Aha, here's what we wanted to fight. Don't one-shot me. Don't one-shot me.
My energy is low.
Out of energy. Out of energy. Oh, is it phase 2? Shit.
I can't do that.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Alright, so what you're saying is I gotta be careful because there's gonna be fucking totems that are gonna one-shot me if I don't have any. Oh, hey, hey, totem! Oh. I need to save some energy for when totems spawn again. Oh! I need this one. I need this one. Oh, thank you. Sweet! Went a lot smoother than I thought I was going to. Alright. That plus that plus that. We did get a 200 mace, but it's all lightning. That's not super. Don't. This should lead us to the next portal somewhere. There's the portal. Let us go back here. Hopefully there's a turn in here.
Why do you have such let's? I've already informed Creed.
Alright. Here.
You're here. Good. When the cult
Okay. What else around here we need to do?
Got something you need stashed?
Okay, these are the other purples I got. So totally a normal arbiter, totally a normal shield. It's actually a mace, but we're not level 50 to wear it yet. And then this is totally a normal bulwark. So it's like a one-handed mace, one-handed mace. They're all one-handed maces, which is actually kind of hilarious.
I'll hold on to that
Alright,
for you.
if there's any other quests that we can pick up around here. Alright, what is the next quest? This is the one I think we just picked up. Fort Icon. It's in there, okay. And this one is I don't know what this means. This looks like it's something completely different. I think it has nothing to do with this rift stuff. Oh, we'll avoid that. Alright. So we gotta move on, it looks like. We gotta get all the way to this, it looks like. Oh. Time to start pushing on. Alright, and we also got level. So we did get the oh shit button. I think we level up to get to Archon Will. We can pick this one up temporarily. They pick this up too, maybe? Like 1 point each temporarily, possibly. I feel like it's gonna cost me more energy. I feel like probably definitely 1 point here, just so it procs. And then try and get to this one. So we can get another proc. Alright guys, hold on. I gotta go do it with the cats now. Alright, guys. Sorry about that. After being obnoxious. Alright. Alright. Back over down. Pushing on, pushing on.
Would you like a cup of water?
Yo, what up, mate?
Yeah, right now.
How was your day, man? Appreciate you stopping in. Also, thank you for the hydrate. I think there's something over there. I don't know how to get to it yet. I'm doing pretty good. You know, we did some errands and stuff yesterday. We got a bunch of stuff, things done. And then I slept in pretty good. Slept until about 9, had to pee, and then I was like, yeah, fuck it, might as well get up. So then I cleaned up the house, did some dishes. Didn't really have any dinner though. I am a little hungry, but there's like nothing to really eat. Unless I actually sit down to cook something, and I really didn't want to, so I just had some pizza rolls, and I'm not hungry right now, but I'm kind of on the fence. So I need to make something soon. Probably, I just don't know what I want. But other than that, I'm doing pretty great. Slow and steady, working my way through the game. Grinding and stuff. But yeah, like I said, that's pretty much me in a nutshell today. Pretty simple. Alright, we need to go down, it looks like. My mouse is going over here. Like, what in the fuck? Dude, sometimes the targeting system is just wonky, man. I know there's like an above, like right where that is, like there's that walkway above them. It's like throwing off like where the cursor is being placed, but come on. There needs to be a workaround for that. Boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hey Tover, quick question. I know you're like doing stuff and things. Have you checked out the YouTube stream at all? Like in the last couple days when we've been doing it? What I'm gonna ask is I'm kind of curious, is the quality on YouTube like equivalent to the Twitch quality, or is it better or worse? That's all I'm curious on. I just want to make sure it's not like dog shit. Okay, that's all I was hearing. I don't really care if it's better. I don't really care, you know, if it's the same. I just want to make sure it's not like grainy and dog shit, because I went back and looked at the VOD from the first day. Because remember I told you, like, I guess it I don't know what it was. Something changed in my stream settings. And that first day I did the multi-stream, for some reason, my OBS defaulted to 2500 bitrate. So I didn't notice, like, a quality degradation while I was streaming. And you guys didn't say anything on Twitch. But when I went back and looked at the YouTube one, it definitely looked a little grainy and meh. But I just wanted to make sure that it's seeming fine now. Going forward. Alright, these guys are taking too long to kill. I want to make sure we fully clear this zone first. Also, thanks for letting me know, Toby. The only thing that I wish I could fix for my YouTube is the latency. So it's not so delayed. Because like if you watch them side by side, there's a good like 10 to 20 second delay from YouTube to Twitch. Like Twitch is already like I would say like a 3 to 5 second delay. And then YouTube is like another 10 to 15 seconds behind Twitch. And I know how to fix it, but I don't know how to fix it. Like I know what will fix it. I just don't know how to accomplish it with my current way I'm like live streaming it. Hmm. Interesting. Can't do anything with that. Yeah, well, we got a point of interest here. Side area? I think it's a bad thing. Could be a quest, but I don't think I need to be here. Let's move on. Alright, next point we'll go into that. Making progress. Ooh, another boss. I think this is probably for a quest at some point, but I don't have it yet. Come back if we get a good quest for it. Hey Dover, I know it's been a while since you played this game. Do you know off the top of your head if there is a item or something that gives you more radius with your cyclone? I know there's a skill that does, but it doesn't go up as the level goes up.
Don't have enough energy.
I wasn't sure if there's an item that might give you more radius as well. Because like as it stands, like right now, the only thing that I saw was this. It gives you 0.2 meter radius. But I also feel like that's not for the skill itself. Skill itself is at level 16. It has 3 meters. I don't think it goes up per level either. Why does the bottom one say current level 6 out of 25? Oh, that's for my celestial power. And that is like a 2.5 meter radius. Completely different on that aspect, but yeah, I just wasn't sure if there's maybe like a sword or a shield or something that might give like increased area for my skill, so I can cover more of the screen or not have to be so close. That would be really be a great quality of life. I'm also a little pissed Because if you read this is an extension of this skill, right? So it's like a buffer, benefit, or some sort of passive to it. And it clearly states, current level 12, 100% chance to pass through enemies. But you can't actually go through enemies. That 100% chance to pass through enemies is the additive skill that spawns the little hammers that spin around. Not the actual skill itself, but those little hammers have a 100% chance to pass through. Which is really dumb. Like, the way it's written, it's really stupid. So I don't know what changes my character, but he's definitely feeling a lot safer. Okay, I haven't been struggling as much. I don't know what I changed on him to where he started feeling a lot more comfortable. Yeah, so to clarify the confusion for you, mate, and then we'll carry on with the conversation. Basically, it's just like any of the other games we would be playing, but I'm pushing through the storyline, like zone by zone, doing the quest and unlocking like passive points and getting XP to level up my character to put points into it to build my character. It's basically all it is. Nothing really too in-depth or crazy. It's just I'm going from zone to zone to zone, doing the quests that I'm getting from the NPCs, and then getting XP from killing stuff to level up, to put points into my talent tree, and to find stronger and better gear to, you know, complement the build that I'm trying to go for. Basically all it is. But I did have a question. So the other day you said in the Discord that you just tried like a new flavor of something. What was that called again? The Chipotle Adobo Ranch. Like, what is that? Was that like? I'm hopefully that's not a drink. But like, what was it? Was it like a chip? Was it like a chicken? Like, what exactly is it? I've never heard of it. I know you said it was new. That's probably why I've never heard of it. But I'm just kind of curious, like, what it exactly is. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, it's also from Chipotle. Got you. You know, low key, Chipotle was like one of my favorite restaurants for a while there when they like kind of like somewhat new. And then it feels like the longer they've been around, the less I enjoyed them. Like, for example, when they first came out where I used to live in Florida, I ate them every day for like 3 years. Literally every single day for 3 years, I pretty much had Chipotle. Like the rice was nice and fluffy, it was cooked right, you know, it was good. The chicken was juicy and non-burnt, and you know, it had good flavor. It was just a great, it was a great thing. Just swing by, grab that, eat that for like lunch or dinner or whatever, and it was fucking solid, right? And then I noticed that slowly but surely that the chicken started to become drier and drier, started to become more and more burnt, more frequently, more often, worse and worse. And then occasionally the rice would be like undercooked and hard, and just the overall experience of Chipotle kept going down like month after month after month, and I started eating it less and less and less. And then you know, we moved and we tried it a few more times up here, and we ran into the same problem. Like the chicken, they try and cook the chicken too fast, so it like burns and it's like overcooked because they're cooking it too fast. So the outside chars before the inside cooks, and so they cook it longer to make sure the inside's cooked, and then it's overcooked, and then there's like no juice left. It's just a dry, crusty ass, burnt to crisp chicken, and then 9 times out of 10, the rice is like, it's like speed cooked, so it's undercooked, so it's a little bit hard and like al dente kind of style, right? Like pasta would be. And then that's just like, it's not what I'm looking for, right? And then they abruptly changed their sauce recently. Their hot sauce that I was eating, it got abruptly hotter out of nowhere. For no apparent reason, it went from being like, you know, a 6 like spicy level for me, you know, not too big of a deal, to like an 11. Out of nowhere, it got stupid hot one day. And I'm just like, what the fuck happened? And then we tried it like 2 or 3 more times after that at different restaurants, and they all were stupid hot comparatively to what they used to be. So they must have changed their like hot recipe. So I basically just gave up on Chipotle at that point, and I just started making my own rice, making my own ground chicken, right? I just started making my own bowls. That's why when I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna go to taco, right? Like, I usually make a bowl. So I get a bowl, I put a bunch of rice in it, and you know, I put a bunch of like ground chicken with some like taco seasoning that was cooked, you know, on top. Put some hot sauce of some kind. I put some cheese, a little bit of sour cream, you know, and I just make my own Chipotle bowl. And I've not been back to Chipotle in like 2 years. I refuse to spend money on a mediocre bowl. You know what I mean? Why do you want me to put stuff on my gear? I don't really feel like dealing with like the shit. Yeah, you're talking about this to get my energy, right? I mean, I have a bunch. I could. Should I upgrade them first? I was gonna check. Hold on. Yeah, I went. Oh, there's a blacksmith over there. Sorry. I was just checking to see where the blacksmith was, like if there was something on this side of the town. Awesome. Uh. So I can make the basic one. Would it be down here? I feel like the upgraded version would have a different name than ectoplasm. It'd be like enriched ectoplasm or something like that, right? Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay, that didn't help much. Because it says energy as well. I mean, it helped a little bit. We'll just scroll through real quick. Yeah, because this says energy percent, and then it gives flat energy regen, which is good. Hold on. We're just going to type in energy regen. I guess it's not an upgraded version? It's fine. We'll just use the regular ectoplasm instead of upgrading them.
Go on now.
It's fine. So what can they go on? Goes on the helmet, rings, and amulet. So the only one that I'd have to pull this one off. What is this one? Yeah, we could pull this one off. So let's pull. It's all good. Not a big deal, honestly.
It's safe with me.
So here, let's take a look at this really quick. So right now, we have energy regen is at 12, and we currently have 68 leech per second. That puts us to 70, 80, and this is costing us 85. So this might fix our problem. Just by putting these 3 on, this might fix our problem. Because now we're at 42? What? I mean, I'm assuming it's because of the energy percent. So the energy going up gives you more regen. Yeah, you're right. Can I do that here?
I do the best I can with what I've got.
I don't think I can do that here. I have to pull it off. Yeah, because it's 20%. So 20% increase, I just put 3 on, that's 60%. So it's a huge increase. I think I have to go to the other place to pull it off. Hold on. Can I not do it here? Kitty? Wait, what? Yeah. It's obnoxious. Is it not, Topher? No, animales. Animales are where it's at. Okay, so it was this guy over here, right? Yeah, sometimes they just need to figure it out on their own. You know what I mean? It's salvage, right? For sure we keep item. Boom, yep. And then we put this one on. There we go. Yeah, we should have way more than enough now. 52 energy regen. That's nuts. Oh, this guy has the quest too.
Yeah? Oh, of course. I was correct.
Wait. Hey, I should not have any energy problems going forward. Like, legit. If I have energy problems going forward, I should probably just stop playing the game. What axe? This one? It's not letting me compare. Like, it doesn't let me compare. Oh, maybe I did it that way? Oh, I did it this way, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, what do you think I'm trying to do? I tried clicking on it here to see if it would stay up here, but then it's not working. Yeah, you think it would work since I'm hovering over the item. But I was thinking doesn't look too bad. It's added fizz, crit damage, it's fizz percent. The fizz percent is just so low. Could be a fizz weapon, and I want fire. Honestly, this one's look at this one. This one looks even better. But it's still low because this one's 80% fizz damage. This is only 72. Alright, anyway, let's empty our inventory really quick. I was trying to see, because like I said, in the video I watched, he said that you can buy a really good axe from one of these vendor guys. There's like a blue axe. But I'm not seeing it. So let's get rid of... Like I said, we're not going to be running a shield anymore once we can find a two-hander. This two-handed mace has lightning, so we'll get rid of that. Level 50. This is the first level 50 item I've actually picked up. Not very helpful. And scepter. Oh, that's cold damage. This one is fire damage. First fire damage one we found. That's not great. It's like it's a start, so we can keep it, I guess. Alright, so fire. Yeah, okay. Alright, so this is fire. This. Well, we can upgrade to this. So it's 20% more fizz as a temporary stopgap for us. I do lose the poison and acid though. I don't think it's worth losing the poison and acid though. What do you think? Do you think it's worth keeping my current shoulders for the 28 poison and acid? I think the current shoulders are better. Yeah, it's the ether to fizz. I'm not doing ether though. I have none. I literally have none right now. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think the current ones are better. Like, yes, it's 20% less fizz damage on the ones I'm wearing to these ones. But the acid, poison and acid resist, I think it trumps it. Yeah. Yeah, we did lose a little bit of damage. Swapping out that one component, but it's not a big deal, honestly. It's definitely not going to be better. I can 1000% guarantee it's not going to be better. I mean, we could check it. I wish I could just hover over it, tell.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
Prepare yourself.
What brings you to my forge?
You're talking about this right here, right? This axe? Because this is lightning and fizz converted to lightning. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This one specifically isn't better. I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, see if there was another one, but I don't see it.
You'll be killed out there.
Storm's gone? Hell yeah. $67 out. Wait, what? Oh, degrees. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Ugh. You're abyssal? Wait, what are we talking about, Dig? Oh, you're talking about the other game. Gotcha. Look at my energy! Look at my energy! It's amazing! It's a damn miracle! We do run out a little bit when we're not leeching. I can't leave it on permanently, but as I'm hitting something, I'm good. That is amazing. Yeah, I don't remember you saying you found a solution, sorry. Obviously reading's hard, right? I knew there had to be like an easy solution for it. It was way too much of an annoying problem for there not to be a easy solution. Because the thing is, like, +3 to regen isn't enough to fix the problem, right? But the fact that it had the 20% energy on it is what fixed the problem. Because the percentage energy gives you more regen, right? The more energy you have, the more regen you have, right? Because there's a bunch of like energy regen percentages that you pick up throughout the the tree and whatnot. And it's just like mana regen, right? Mana regen, like the more mana you have, the more mana you regen per second. It's the same philosophy. So that 20% on those is like really what juices it. Why I read it? I know, mate. Only I could read. Only I had a brain. Thanks for the help, Dover. Like, this is fucking 9-day difference. I can actually, like, just spin to win now. There's so many times I've died just because I ran out of energy. It's just been fucking annoying as fuck. Now, this fixes that problem. Which is amazing.
Another pathetic human? Very well.
Hey, see, like my energy's staying pretty high, so we're doing pretty good now. Like fighting a single target, like my energy is like staying pretty topped off, so we're doing good. Oh, why can't I move to the right? There. Can't move. Frustrating game. Oh. Da-da-da, da-da, da-da-da. My damage seems to be lacking a little bit right now. We're gonna die, probably. Got kind of lucky. Big chest there. Why can't I loot it? Hmm. And that goes here? Or is that done here? Yeah, because mine's just flat fizz, flat fire, or percent fizz, percent fire with health and defense. Yeah, attack speed could be pretty solid. More attack speed means more energy consumption. You know what's funny? Playing this game makes me feel like I'm playing Diablo 2, because in Diablo 2, I always explore like every zone, because I don't know what I'm doing or what I'm looking for. So like run around the outskirts of the map, like exploring each zone, looking for all like the caves and little things and stuff. What are those random rifts that I stumble across? Are there things that I should actually like go into and clear, or is that like a later thing I shouldn't worry about right now? That's like the second or third one I've stumbled across. Alright, so that's pretty much this whole area. Try to find as many of the bosses. Oh shit! Fuck, wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I was not paying attention, but yeah, we just decided, like, it was gifted to us, and people were talking about how they really liked the game, and I hadn't played it before, so decided to say, screw it, let's give it a shot, you know, let's see how it pans out, see what we like about it. There's obviously a few things that I've kind of meh about, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not too bad. Where is the crest crafted at? Oh, over. And accessories? Oh, that's an amulet. Yeah, where's... What am I looking for? Yeah, there's not a crest. So, not doing it. Yeah, well, I typed in jaw, and there's nothing for jaw. I mean, I have one. The only problem I have with these little component things is remembering when I switch out a piece of gear to like put on a new one. You know how I am about the whole fucking remembering to min-max my shit and things like that shit just is I normally just ignore most.
See anything you like?
Alright, I think that's all the quests here. I guess I missed those last time I was here. What am I gonna do over here? Also, V, can I call you Six? Welcome in. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a, you're having a good day and everything. Are you talking about this? The energy region, which goes on your chest armor? Right now, I think I just have this on it. Basic bit shit. I'm gonna be replacing my chest soon, so I'm not really worried about like messing with the chest right now. I need to get a fire damage chest, remember?
My.
I can't open that.
Oh, it definitely will give more than 1 point. Well, I take that back. It'll still give me plus 1 point. The only problem is like that's just a flat 1 point. The only reason that gives me more is because the energy went up so much. That's the only reason why the other ones gave me so much, because they had percent energy. I don't think 1 point is going to be more than 1 point otherwise. Unless it had like percent increase. If it had like percent energy regen, then I could see it being more. Because it's just the flat +1, I don't think it'll... I mean, actually, you're not wrong. I do have percent increases, so that +1 could be more like a +2 or a +3. I forgot about those. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Math is hard. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da ba da bum bum bum. Oh, I forgot to pick up my dead body. Hold on. So Tover, you know how bored I've been recently of video games? I've been kicking around the idea of fucking turning WoW back on. Like, that's how bored I've been. Just games in general. Like I haven't like all the games that I've been playing, all the games that I have, just I'm kind of just bored of them. Like all of them. Like so I'm like I've been kicking around the idea of like trying to find like a new game to like either pick up to try or going back to a game I haven't played in a very long time and seeing if that'll like maybe palate cleanse me enough to go and play some of the games that I have already. I don't know. I know, mate. I don't want to, but I'm almost at that point where just that's the only thing that sounds even remotely appealing. And it doesn't. Doesn't even sound appealing in any way, shape, or form. I know the second I launch WoW, I'm gonna regret that decision and I'm gonna instantly close it. Because that's what I have done the last like 10 times I've gone back to WoW. I play it for like an hour and then I just close it. And I just wasted $15 for a month subscription at that point, you know. No, I haven't seen it, Tover. The only thing I saw was something along the lines of a new class, like the Ranger class or something, where it's like he can go stealth, but he's like he runs around with a bow and he stealths. He's like a cross between a hunter and a rogue or something. I don't know if that's true or not. That just sounds weird, being honest. Oh, another game I've been interested in doing as a party, Tover, um, is Project Zomboid. I've been interested in doing that as a like as a group playthrough with the community. Also, that reminds me, I need to set community up for this month. I need to put a post up for it. Um, you know what's really funny? Over, I clicked on the YouTube video. And it plays a commercial first, and it's a World of Warcraft commercial, and I think it's the commercial you were kind of talking about. I'm so confused. Like, I'm not listening to it, obviously, but I don't know. Why is there weird dancing people and people putting on armor? What the fuck? Is this like Avatar or some shit? What the fuck is going on? Like, this one lady's like having a rave party. Another dude's putting on armor. I'm so confused. Huh. I don't understand what the fuck I was even looking at. Like, that shit looked just weird.
Took you long enough. The court of interfered.
Took me long enough. Bitch, you could have helped. You can suck it. Alright, sounds good, Dig. I appreciate it. Yeah, man, I've been kind of just out of the gaming. Like, I've been more interested in just watching anime than I have been wanting to play video games lately. It's just been one of those, like, kind of slump moments, you know? I'm in the same boat. That's why I'm, like, thinking about jumping into a brand new game, a game I haven't played, either, like, ESO, Final Fantasy 14, possibly even, just maybe going back and giving Project Zomboid like a true try. I never really gave it a solid try. I played it for a little while, never really got into it all that much. But I feel like if I do Project Zomboid, I'd want to have you guys come and join me, so we can all like party up and, you know, make a base, have some fun, you know, clear out some zomboids and stuff. I think it would be kind of fun as a group. But yeah, have a good rest of your night, Dick. I appreciate you for being here. Thanks for chilling and hanging out with us and everything. And yeah, we'll catch you this weekend, hopefully. If you need me in the meantime, hit me up in the Discord. As always, I appreciate you, man. It was funny too, Topher, is I was like so bored the other day. I went to go launch Minecraft and I didn't even get fully launched into the server. I literally opened the Minecraft launcher, clicked on like multiplayer, saw like the server list, and then just closed the game. I couldn't even get into the server before I lost interest. Wait, why is there a random blacksmith out here? No? Did he? I saw an Asmongold video the other night. It was about basically it was a compilation of so many WoW content creators dropping WoW to go play old school RuneScape. I guess like a huge majority of like the WoW creators have literally dropped WoW. Oh, was that you that posted? Yeah, I saw it. I was like, Jesus. It's true though, like everything that they were talking about is 1000% true, and the reason why I quit WoW a very long time ago, it's because, you know, every expansion they gave us, there was nothing really new, right? They copied and pasted a bunch of like the world layouts and the dungeon layouts, and like, you know, there was no new layouts of things. There wasn't really anything new. They kind of buffed and nerfed a few things. They gave us some new cosmetic-y looking new zones and stuff, and like some new mounts and things like that. But the core of the game, nothing changed, right? It was basically just the same old, same old. Yeah, they gave us new dungeons, they gave us new raids with like slightly different mechanics, slightly different, you know, graphical like looks and layouts or what. Overall, there wasn't much of a change, right? They didn't really add anything new. They didn't give us new professions. They didn't allow us to do more than one, like two professions on a character still. They didn't really change anything. And then, you know, since they kept giving us new, you know, retail content, you know, and it wasn't keeping the interest of most of the players, because most players liked original WoW, like vanilla. So they're like, all right, let's bring vanilla back. Well, then they like missed the mark with it, because they're like, all right, let's give them vanilla and give them everything that they had in vanilla over again. It's like, okay, well, let's just take all the patches and all the updates that we put into vanilla 20 years ago and reintroduce those same updates just at a more accelerated rate. So you're basically just replaying it from the start as like at 10 times speed. So now you catch up to retail in like a tenth of the time, you know what I mean? Like tenth of the time it took us to get to where we are right now. And they're like, oh, well, people don't really like it. Okay, well, let's re-release it again. Oh, well, they don't really like it. Let's re-release it again. Oh, that's not working. All right, let's make 1 year servers. So you play on the server for a year and then we wipe it. It's like a seasonal server, and it's like, who the fuck wants to put a year of work into a character that then just gets permanently wiped and then you start over again? Right? Like, that just sounds terrible. And don't get me wrong, we do that with ARPGs, right? Every season, every 3 months, they give us a new season with, you know, slightly different content. You know, they give us a new league mechanic or whatever, and we have to start over. We have to re-level our character. We have to regrind the same stuff we were grinding before and everything. But it's because they're giving us new stuff. It's not like, all right, guys, we're gonna fresh wipe the server, and you're gonna start off at level 1, and you're gonna play the same exact content with the same exact patches and the same exact everything, all the way up to you know, till Burning Crusade. And then once you've accomplished that, we're gonna stop the server, shut it down, turn it back on, and you're gonna start over again. Like, what is the incentive? What is the incentive to restarting over and over and over again at that point? Like, why? What is your thought process there? The only way WoW, in my opinion, will succeed is A, with retail, they actually start giving new content. They actually start giving, like, they start modifying the crux of the game itself, allowing you to do more with professions, having more professions on one character, adding new professions, adding new things to the game in its core. That's the only way it's gonna get the only way it's gonna get any better. And then to revitalize it in general, they would have to have two game clients, right? Not game clients, but kind of like what RuneScape did, right? Where you have RS3, and RS3 is its own standalone game, and then you have old school RuneScape, which is the game in its older state, but has its own unique content. So what you guys would consider like WoW Plus, classic WoW Plus, where it's classic WoW, but instead of it progressing along the same exact line retail did, it needs to have its own separate progression line with different content that was never introduced into retail. It needs to have its own separate story that goes, like, maybe the same story, but it goes in a different route where you're fighting different, bosses, you're fighting different raids, like, the fights need to be different, the raids need to be different, the dungeons need to be different. There needs to be changes to the classes that weren't originally in retail. Like, that's the kind of shit that they really need to do to revitalize the player base in WoW. I guarantee you, I would literally put, like, my life on it that if they made classic WoW Plus with brand new standalone content that was only, that only exists in classic WoW Plus and never existed in retail, and it's its own standalone stuff, there would be a absolute metric fuck ton of people that would come back and play. Like, it would be an absolute absurd amount of players would come out of the woodwork to play it. What do you mean in another direction? Because I remember when WoW first came out, there was rumors that they already had WoW 2, like, made and prepared and ready to go. They were just holding off on releasing it until WoW itself was dead. They weren't going to release it until WoW died. There was no point giving us WoW 2 if WoW 1 was still working, right? Oh, so, like, the story, like, an alternate reality where, like, instead of this guy being the main boss that lost the fight, this person instead lost. Like, that would be cool, right? Because that's what I'm saying. That's where WoW Classic Plus could come in, as you could change the story and do it as if, like, this person was in charge instead of that person, right? If this guy was to have lived instead of dying, how would the story... That would be cool. That would be sick. But that's what I'm saying. That's the only thing that's going to, in my opinion, revitalize WoW to a point where it would dominate again. Yeah, like a reality. I know what you're saying. Like infinite reality or something like that. Or alternate reality. Something like that. That would be sick. Because then it would be like it's the same game, but it's in another, like, reality where differences are complete. Like, it's completely different than the original because of all the choices that were made that were different, and the outcomes, were noticeable. All right. Don't know where we need to go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And, like, since, let's say, Ragnarok, right? like Molten Core wouldn't be the main raid, right? Of Classic, because you know the story would have went a different way, and instead of Molten Core, right, we would end up with a completely different thing with like a completely different boss. You know, that would be absolutely sick, and I would 1000% go back to play WoW if that was the thing. But like when WoW Classic was originally, you know, talked about and being released, it was nice because people were so bored of retail. We wanted something different, right? But we wanted something familiar at the same time. So going back and playing it over from the start when the game was, in our opinion, most people's opinion, was a better like version because it was more difficult. It was just it wasn't as inflated and just kind of meh. That's why most people came back to Classic and why a lot of the content creators are for Classic WoW because it's more enjoyable. Uh, but the fact that they literally didn't even change anything, they literally were like, okay, well, last time we released this patch at this time, so we'll release this patch like 2 weeks sooner than we did before, and then we'll release this same patch that fixed this problem. Like, they don't even like combine the patches that had problems. Like, it's like this patch caused this problem, this problem, this problem, which forced us to put in these patches to fix those. So why don't you just combine those patches so we don't have the initial problem to begin with? But at the same time, why are we even re-releasing the exact same content? You're literally not even putting any effort into it. You're taking exactly what you, like you spent, let's say you spent a year on this content in the past. Like 20 years ago, you spent a year making these patches and these updates and stuff. And now, instead of making new patches and new updates and new content, you're just saying, all right, well, we did all the work 20 years ago. Well, we're just going to reuse that work we used 20 years ago and just give it to you again. So we don't have to put any effort in and know it would work, but you guys are still going to keep paying for, you know, us giving you content, which you're not doing anything. Why would it's like tipping a waiter or a waitress when they're not even bringing you your food or your drink, right? Like you go to a restaurant, the hostess sits you down, she asks you what you want to drink before the waiter gets to you, right? And the hostess brings you the drinks. Waiter shows up, hands you the fucking oh wait, you already have the menus, right? So the waiter shows up and says, "Hey, can I take your order?" You order your food, they leave. The fucking cook or like the fucking busboy brings you your food at your table and brings you a refill of your drink, and then after you're done eating, the waiter shows back up to hand you your check and then expects a tip. Expects you to tip him for literally taking your order and bringing you a check. That motherfucker can suck it, okay? It's almost like going to fucking Starbucks and fucking somebody takes your order and they want you to tip them for taking their order. Like, what? You want me to give you a tip because you took my order? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's not how this works. Bro, if I got tipped every time I took someone's like order or I listened to them and I let them like cry on my shoulder or whatever, bro, I'd be richer than like Bill Gates. People are just crazy. People are nuts, man. I don't get it. Oh, man. Hey, we're making progress, though. Like, we're actually kind of smooth sailing through the game right now. Now that we actually put some devotion points in and, you know, you helped us with the energy problem. I mean, I was cruising before the energy, but the energy is definitely making it a lot easier. I don't have to, like, fiddle with it. I'm not struggle busting on bosses anymore. Like, putting that point into the oh shit button helped a lot, too. At this point, all I'm missing is a little bit more life leech. Hey Tover, quick question. Do you think this time for community night, instead of putting a list for people to select a game from, should I just allow them to type in whatever game that they want? So people only get to select one game? I feel like that's like a double-edged sword, because people are gonna type things like penis, boobs, you know, vagina. They're gonna type all that weird shit in, right? And then obviously they're gonna pick like random ass games that I don't own or that are expensive or some shit. Like so, like I like the idea of like giving them a list to choose from, but at the same time, like most people only pick like one game, like the same game, like rinse and repeated. And most people aren't even voting because they don't really care or they don't want to participate in the community night. They just want to watch and just hang out. People scare, bro. Mate, you're not wrong. Some people like terrify me. Did I ever tell you the story of when when I was in the military? I was teaching a software class for a specific program to a bunch of the officers. Did I ever tell you guys that story? Fucking hilarious. I definitely agree. I think list is like the safer option, easier option. So people could just pick a game, call it a day. Anyway, yeah, I don't remember if I told you guys that story or not. That story was hilarious. It's like, it's so funny because, you know, you're dealing with officers. You're dealing with the people that are in charge of everybody, right? So you would think that these college graduate, high, you know, a little bit older, more mature, in charge type of boss people are somewhat more mature than the average Joe Schmo that they're in charge of, right? Now, they're all fucking 12. So basically, the bottom line was there was a program that they wanted to start using, and the program was basically like Teams. I don't know if any of you know what Teams is, Microsoft Teams, aka like Skype from back in the day. So it had like an instant messaging program built into it that also had like a file transfer program built into it, so you can transfer files to each other. But it also had like a built-in paint feature, so you can like you could paint like, you know, just regular paint. So you can draw images, you can do whatever, you can upload like an image and then paint over top of it. You know, you can do stuff like that. Bro, I have never in my life seen so much immaturity in a short period of time. So we were teaching him how to use the program. We were explaining how it works. We were explaining, you know, what it can do, and we were like showing him how it all works and everything. And then we're like, practical application, we wanted them to do it themselves, so they can try it and make sure that they know how to use it. So we're sitting there. We explain it all to them. They start messing with it. They start like, you know, trying to send each other files and stuff. And I shit you not, within 10 seconds of us saying, all right, guys, you know, take a few minutes to like, you know, make a you know, a little image and send it to, you know, one of the other people in the classroom. Within 5 seconds, someone raises their hand and says, hey, I'm having trouble sending my file. I'm like, all right, let's take a look, see what you're doing, and see why it's not sending. Bro, I walked over to this fucking dude. And I was like, all right, well, show me what you're doing, and we'll see what, you know, if you're doing it right or not. And the first thing I see is he clicks on the send button, and he goes to click on the file. When he clicks on the file, you it uploads or whatever, and he clicks send. I'm like, all right, and it fails. I'm like, huh, interesting. So I was like, well, show me the file you're trying to send. And he had it open in the background. So he opens it up, and it's a fucking huge dick. And I looked back at my sergeant, and I just nodded my head, and he just fucking lost it. He just fucking started dying laughing, because there was my sergeant, and then there was our staff sergeant back there. And I was, teaching the class, and they were helping. They both started laughing, and I tried not to laugh. I was sitting there, I was trying to hold it together, and I looked at this fucking officer dead in his eyes. I was like, "Is that the file you're trying to send?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, okay. Well, let's try and make a different file, and see if it's like maybe make a smaller image. Maybe it's a file size issue, right?" Fucking dude makes another penis. Wait, what am I? Oh, the thing up at the top. I don't really want to listen to it on stream. So the problem, Tover, is I don't want to listen to stuff on stream since I'm streaming to YouTube at the same time, so I don't want to get in trouble for audio stuff. And I'm just gonna pause it and I'll watch it later. Anyway, so guess what this motherfucker does? I tell him to make a smaller image, make a smaller one so it doesn't have as much kilobytes or whatever. And we'll try and send a different file. He makes another fucking penis. And I literally facepalm. Standing right next to this dude, I literally facepalm. And I looked him dead in the eyes and said, "That's not what I meant." And my sergeant is literally crying. He is on the floor, rolling around, straight crying. It was fucking hilarious. And I finally fixed his problem. I don't remember what I did to fix it, but I fixed it. And then the other person was like, "Hey, I'm also having a problem sending my file." And we're like, "Okay." And my sergeant goes over to help him while I was helping this guy. And, shit you not, another penis. There was 30 officers in this room. Of the 30 officers, there wasn't a single one that didn't make a penis. And to make things worse, it wasn't a class of all dudes. It was a 50-50 class. We had like 10 females and we had 10 dudes. And there was 20 penises.
That skill's not ready.
It's so fucking funny. It was so funny. I don't think you understand how much we laughed about this. And what made it even funnier, though, was not the fact that of the 20 people, there was 20 penises. Of all the penises, the females made, like, the most realistically looking ones. Like, they took the time to make ones that actually look like dicks. The dudes were just like, you know what I mean? Just like fucking throwing paint at a wall and hoping for the best. Like, I literally sitting in the back of the classroom with my sergeant, and I looked him in the eyes, and we could see all the screens from where we were sitting. And I was like, we were looking at all the screens, and I looked at him, and I said, "Is it weird that of all, like, every single screen has a penis on it right now, but the only ones that really look like true penises are the ones on the female screens. And he's like, shit, you're right. It was so funny. And, you know, we finished up that class, they all left, and then when they left, like 30 minutes later, another class comes in, another 20, instead of 20 people come in. You know, we go through the class again, and then we get to the part where we want them to, you know, send files again. And guess what? The first thing we say to them, the first thing we say was, hey guys, we'd like you to send some files to each other, you know, make sure you guys know what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. The only thing we ask is, can we refrain from making dicks? And one of the females in the class say, what do you think, we're 12? And I looked her dead in the eyes and I said, you would think that's the case. And then you look over and the dudes are all drawing penises. Even though we said to not draw a penis. And then I pointed it out to her. I said, hey, you want to see why we said it? Hey, let's take a look. Oh, this guy has a penis. This guy has a penis. This guy has a penis. This girl has a penis. This girl has a penis. This girl has a penis. I walked around the room, and of the 20 people, there was 19 penises. The only person that didn't do it was the one person that said, why would we do that? We're more mature than that kind of thing. And I literally looked her in the eyes. It's like, and you see, this is even when I said not to do it. And she's like, you guys are just doing it because they said not to. It's like, and I'm like, no, that's just what happens. The last class, out of 20 people, there was 20 penises. I kid you not, we taught 10 classes that day, Topher. There was a lot of dick. Let me just throw that out there. There was a lot of dick.
Come see what's left of my wares.
I ain't ever seen so much dick in my life. It was insane. Absolutely insane how much dick I saw. Yeah, that was one of my experiences in the military. That shit was fucking hilarious. Hey yo. Attempt 2. I fucked up there at the end. Oh, it's almost done. And this is rough because there's just so much on the ground right in front of him. I don't know what to do. Feeling he's gonna go to phase 2, right? Is that it?
Would you like a cup of water? Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Is that it? I guess that was it. do we go back to? The port? Oh, really? Bro, I wish you guys could have seen it. Like, I really wish there was like a recording of it or something. It was just so mind-blowing. We started taking bets on how many dicks we would see at a certain point, because it was just unreal. Like I said, I was not expecting it in Class 1. Thanks for the hydrate. I was thinking, okay, they're officers, you know, they're respectable leaders, you know, they're a little bit more older, they've already been through college, blah blah blah. Yeah, they definitely proved me wrong.
Arum Ital. Arum Ital. Lo ith soler. Lo ith bismil. Monum ulgrum thono colo uto crane. Attack fellow! This is too dangerous. Need to find another way.
The rift gate! Something's coming through!
Inquisitor Greed. Devil's Crossing was attacked.
Take it easy, John. What's happened?
Some new kind of ethereal. Just smashed right through our defenses. We need reinforcements. We're in bad shape.
I'll send help, but I can't spare much. We're equally pressed here. The loss of Algrim to the Void may be more serious than you realize.
Ulgrim is dead, Creed. You must know that. My people need help now. We won't survive another attack.
John,
It came from Malmoth. That thing that attacked Devil's Crossing. I escaped the city with a small group 2 weeks ago. Most died crossing the burning fields. My father was pulled into the bog by cannibals. I had to leave him. I was the only one who made it to Devil's Crossing. Malmoth has been a living nightmare since the Grim Dawn. I was part of the resistance there, if you can call it that. The Ethereals toyed with us, as if we ever had a chance. They let us fight on because they needed us. Needed our bodies for the grotesque things they make deep beneath the city. You think you're safe here, behind your stone walls. But those things from Malmoth will keep coming, and they will find you. And no fortress will ever be able to save you.
a chilling tale indeed. In our fight against the Chthonians, we've overlooked a growing ethereal threat. We must find Ulgrim. But maybe we can aid Malmoth at the same time. You've already done a great deal, but we must ask for your help once again. We need you to strike at the heart of the ethereal invasion, far to the east, in the ruined city of Malmoth.
Bro, that shit was so loud. Like, what in the fuck? What up, Bear? Holy shit, that was loud. Yeah, Tover, I didn't realize that until I accidentally hit the button the other day. I was like, why is my shit moving?
Excuse me, my father and I were...
How you doing today, Bear? Welcome back. Hope you had a good day. Hope you had a, good rest, good day hanging out. Hope you enjoy the stream. Thanks for stopping in. We're trying to figure stuff and things out. We're making some headway today. Yeah, we're making some pretty good headway. So, Topher showed me this item to put on my gear. So it helped with my energy problem. So my energy is now kind of sorted. I don't have any energy problems with cycloning. And then we found this yesterday as well, so our damage went up quite a bit. But we're trying to make a conversion over to fire damage. So we're trying to find some items and stuff that's going to make that conversion for us. But we also, we want to make a switch to two-handed weapons, but we picked up this, the mirror. So we have an oh shit button now. And then we also actually put some points into our devotions. So we picked up like Jackal just so we can get some extra points. We picked up the imp as well. Basically, pick these two up to get enough points so we can pick up behemoth, so we can pick up the giant's blood. So I need to level up the skill a little bit more, so this one has the same cooldown as the mirror. The mirror right now has a 36-second cooldown. Now that we have some points, I'm trying to level this up so so now it's 25 seconds each. So every time I hit mirror, that'll go off at the same time. So, yeah, this is what we got. This is what we're going to be using. So this is helpful. 4.5 second oh shit button. And then now we have a few extra points. We do have this as well. We put 1 point into this just so we had that proccing, and now we're going to put 1 point into this one as well. So at 75%, when we lose HP, we'll get a huge damage buff and stuff. So we'll put 1 point into that. Now we're going to try and push along, and we're going to try and get this. Is that we're trying to make the conversion over to fire damage. So we're going to do this, and we're going to try and do fire plus burn. So that's kind of the goal of what we're shooting for right now. But yeah, with the few changes we made, just kind of cruising along. The one thing that I overlooked, like I said, I watched a quick little video yesterday on just some tips and tricks, and like somebody that did make a build like this, and he kind of explained like why he did what he did. Something that he did that actually made a lot of sense was he was like, "Oh yeah, get a two-hander." I'm like, "Wait, that's fucking genius. Why am I not using a two-hander?" I have no idea who I sided with. I don't know how to check. I just know I just talked to people, and whatever happened, happened. So I couldn't tell you. What am I looking for? These guys are despised, it looks like. Did I? Like I said, I have no idea. I just kind of talked to whoever was next to me, and I just kind of went with it. Alright, so, and we completed a bunch of side quests today as well. Now we got a couple other ones that we just picked up. Alright, so, Lost Father. Thorned Wood. Bloom Ward on your way to Thunderbog. Alright, so I'm assuming we are now finally heading here. Yeah, so this one wants me to destroy something leading north. I still need to figure out the blood of something. This one. I think, is this one in the green portal down here? Is it in here? It says, scour the ruins of the Temple of Oist and the Karen Docks located beyond Corvin's Plateau to the north. What the fuck is that? Is that like up here? I want to say it might be up here. I'm not 100%. Assist these people. I don't know what it wants me to do with that one. Yeah, something about Marbodons of Rifts. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I've had these quests for a while. I just don't know how to do them. But then we have these, this here. So I have to acquire tainted brain matter. So where is this powerful ethereal? It's something I haven't found yet. And then we have the Lost Father, which is the one we're doing now. So we'll just okay. We have to come back. We have to come back at some point. All right. So let's just go here. Let's push on. Where we need to go? I have no idea where I'm going. Yeah, so I figure I'll probably just run into that at some point while just doing the game, right? It's not something I need to go out of my way to go and hunt for. Okay. Res wise, so we're way overcapped on Ellie res, which means we can lose some on gear as we push along. My poison's at 50, my pierce is at 80, and then my bottom half is just dog shit. But we do need to go through some of our new gear, right? We are picking up like level 50 purple gear now, finally. So we'll have to like look at some of this. This is acid damage, poison damage, not really helping us for our build right now, so we can get rid of that. And then some of this gear I have to go through in a little bit. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna be working towards that now, obviously. But we're trying to make that conversion from his damage to fire damage. So I have one piece. I have one meh chest piece right now that we can make the change to, but I'm not making that change until I get like a full set. Because right now, like, this is fizz damage, this is fizz damage. I need a two-hander with fire damage to make up for this, but this is like 20% plus 15%, and then a set bonus of 50% fizz. So this is pretty close to like 80 something percent fizz damage between these two pieces, and then this is 80%. So in order to make the swap, I need a fire damage one that makes up for this 80% and this 80%. This is gonna come off. And then obviously, like, this is the only fire damage piece I have. This is fizz. This is fire. Actually, the only other one I have, I think. And this is fizz. And this is fizz. Right? Like, this is fizz and fire, so it works. And this is straight Ellie. So just, I have a lot of pieces that I do need to, like, find a full set of fire damage and burn damage to be able to make the swap. So I'm waiting till I finally start finding some pieces before I make the swap to fire. And then I need to find a way to probably convert my fizz over to fire, since I'm not going to be stacking any fizz percent. Alright, finally got that. Let's want to explore. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, we'll go through what we got. And while we're here. Dude, that's a huge fizz increase. Holy crap. We do lose poison and acid. I don't want to make the swap just for the damage increase, honestly. But we do lose a little bit of poison and acid reason. Like if we put this on, we go from 56 to 41, but we do get a little bit of bleed resist, so this might be worth it. We lose a little bit of this, but we gain a little bit of this. I think that's acceptable. Alright, we're gonna get rid of the shields because we're not gonna be running shields. At some, I mean, I kind of want to have a lot of armor since I'm gonna be playing melee, but is it worth maybe going a caster chest piece for the fire damage? Or do you think I'll find a actual heavy armor piece that gives fire down the road? And then mace, acid, dagger, one-handed sword, two-handed axe. This has fire, cold, and lightning. It's just LA damage. The LA percent. This is solid. This is solid. So, but it's just a chance of. So we'll hold on to this and see if we can find something better. Obviously, it's a good starting piece, I think. Oh. But yeah, I think we need to start getting purples, obviously, and then that should fix our problem going forward. This might be worth putting on. All damage with bleed resist. I think this is pretty solid. What do we replace though? I think this is better. Get rid of this one. I don't mind if we lose a little bit of HP. Melee res we're still good on. Maybe we get rid of this. Then we just this back on. We also need to do, what is the leech one? I think it's this. The gloves. Yeah. Boom. Give us a little bit of leech. I wish there was an easier way to search through these. I'd like to put something on my boots, shoulders, weapon, things like that. What do we got here? Weapons and shields for straight fire damage. Useful, but we're not going to do that yet. Poison. And we could do this for now. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Maybe we'll do this for now. Get a little extra damage. Not good enough. What's the ancient armor plate? This thing? Yeah. Okay. Since I have you, I've asked this earlier. No one gave me an answer because no one really knew. What does armor absorption do? Because I know damage absorption just reduces damage by that percentage. But what does armor absorption do? So if you have 100% damage absorption, you take 100% less damage. What about armor absorption? I saw one guy, like I said, he was like talking about his build or whatever, and he was talking about making sure you got 100% armor absorption on, you know, between all your pieces in your gear. I'm assuming that doesn't mean you take 100% less damage, because that would be busted. This place is fucking so much poison. But some poison resist, or we would have been dead already. That's crazy. Oh, new gloves? I think the 30 to all damage is better than 14 to fire, right? When we lose the attack speed. Actually, it's less damage. Interesting. Maybe it's the attack speed difference. Interesting. But that's a huge fizz roll, though. Holy. Epic 200 sword. Fucking huge fizz roll. What the hell? I don't understand how a two-hander with this much damage and percentage to fizz is like less damage. 2200. Oh, I can't even wear it. It's not level 50 yet. I don't understand how this saying it's almost 3000 DPS different. Doesn't make a lot of sense. Such a big increasement in damage. Like just the draw damage on the weapon and the percentage roll, like, is huge. Not gonna be such a lower end total DPS. The only thing I can think of is the pure attack speed difference. You only take 9. So it's like a 10% damage reduction? Roughly? So if you had 90%, it'd be a 9% damage reduction, roughly? So it doesn't sound like a very good defensive layer. If it's that minimal. Why can't I attack? It doesn't look like you're stunning me, I'm just not spinning. He's just not spinning. Like, look, he's just not spinning. What the fuck is going on? It's so weird. Wait, now I'm even more confused. Because now the numbers changed. So with a 10k hit, it only takes off 1k. But with a 5k hit, each deals 2k? So, wait, what? Okay, so if you get hit 5 times and each one does 2k, you're only taking 1k each. So that's like a 50% damage reduction. So it's not a percentage reduction, it's a flat reduction. So 100% always reduces it by 1,000. So bigger hits, it's not as noticeable, but smaller hits, it's more. So what if you were to get hit with like a 1200 and you had 100% armor mitigation? Would it only hit you for 200? Then by that standpoint, it would make sense why you're saying smaller hits. It's like really good for small hits, because if they hit you for less than 1,000, then it basically would do 0 damage. Oh, so the more armor you have, the more it absorbs. Okay, I didn't see the 1,000 armor part. My bad. So if you had 2,000 armor, 100% armor absorption would reduce it by 2,000 damage. If you had 5,000 armor, it would reduce each all damage by 5,000. Yeah. Well, not all damage, but yeah. The phys damage specifically, so physical hits and things like that. Interesting.
Please just.
So 100% armor mitigation is useful if you have armor, and specifically for melee hits. So being like a melee user like I am, taking all those melee hits. Now granted, you still want max resist, right? Because you don't want to get fucking wrecked by, bleed, poison, elementals, stuff like that. But it gives you that added layer of defensive. Okay, I can see it. Because like armor itself is usually a good defensive layer, but it's usually only good for small hits. But the absorption on top of that, making it even stronger, is definitely viable. I can see that being pretty solid. Maybe not like overly broken, but definitely a great additive layer. Thank you for explaining, now that I somewhat understand it. Oh man. I'm trying to full explore. We're doing some backtracking. Alright. Place is pretty explored. Explore this. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, I don't know what I need to explore and what I don't need to explore, since I have really no freaking idea what I'm doing. So I'm just running around looking for, you know, stars and hoping for the best. And problem is some of the stars don't appear because the quest doesn't show you certain entrances, like certain caves that you need to find. So, like, you don't even know if you've missed it because you don't even know to look for it. So some of that is really annoying, if I'm being honest, but it is what it is. I've been trying to do my best to kill like every boss that I see, and you know, at least discover all the like the whole map in its entirety, like the outskirts and the inner parts. The worst case scenario, if I do have a quest that wants me to go back to an area to do something, at least I've discovered it and I know where I'm running to and stuff. So when should I stop worrying about picking up these green items that have this, like, you know, chevron next to them? When is it worth ignoring those and just focusing on like the next tier stuff? Or are they like always worth picking up to like invest in effect? Because like now that I can get purples, is it worth just skipping all the green gear and only picking up purples? Yeah, from my understanding, there's like a couple different versions of greens, right? So there's like a regular green that drops, and then there's the green with like the single like chevron thing on it, and then there's one with like the double chevrons as well. And that's what I was like wondering is like, at this point, is it worth me continuing to pick up the singles, or should I be looking for doubles and purples kind of thing? Should I be just focusing on the purples and the double chevrons, or you know what I mean? Like that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Because I know at a certain point in like Path of the Exiles, you stop really paying attention to blues and whites and stuff like that pretty early on, and you focus mostly on yellows, right? Because yellows are where like all the majority of stuff come in. And obviously, handful of legendaries, obviously, like that's you always want to pay attention to those, or uniques. Sorry. Oh, I think that's the same thing with like Diablo 3, right? As you know, early on, yeah, you're picking up blues and stuff like that, and you know, because sometimes the blues are going to be better than the yellows you were wearing previously as you're leveling up and getting higher tier stuff. So I'm just trying to figure out for this game where that like that division is, you know. Yeah, so I guess my question is there a point at like the very end of the game, right, where like let's say you're max level and you're farming just for max level gear, is there a situation where a green would be better than like if they both rolled like not perfect but like dead like really high end, would a green be able to beat a purple? Right? Would like a double chevron or a single chevron be able to beat a purple or vice versa? Like which one would give the like if they both rolled max, which one would be giving the highest tier? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering what's the pinnacle highest tier loot to get? Is it purple? Is it single? Is it double chevron? What am I looking for that min-maxed highest rolls possible? Once again, like if we're talking in terms of like Path of Exiles, we're talking tier 85, you know, yellows that drop. That's the pinnacle items that you're looking for. You're looking for that item level 85 and those highest tier rolls that can only drop on tier 85 gear on the yellows. So you know, a lot of times you ignore yellows that aren't tier, you know, at least 83 or above. Like you can still get them, but most of the stuff they're gonna roll is tier 2s or below. At least on the tier 83s and above, those can roll tier 1s. And I'm just curious on this game's like break even, like where exactly like your focus draws to at the end of the game. So I'm not just picking everything up to identify it, because that's something that bogs me down in these games. Is I don't like picking up every item that I see to just look at it to see if it's good or not good, or hovering over it. You spend so much time hovering over every single item, inspecting every single item just to see if it's decent, that it's just I don't want to waste all that time looking at every single fucking item, right? I want to save myself a little bit of time and effort by ignoring things that I don't need to pay attention to. And I get some of the blue items, you know, even though they're like lower in stats than like a, you know, like a green or a purple could be, but the set bonuses and or the set stats on them could be like game changing for a build, right? I can kind of, you know, understand that from like a unique aspect from other games. So like I probably will always pick up blues for that reason. Yeah, the only reason I'm asking though is like I just want to make sure I'm not like ignoring something with the expectation of it can't be good when it actually can be. Oh, why can't no? I hate this like auto targeting. It's really frustrating. Trying to make sure my mouse is not like anywhere close to the guy, but yet it keeps like targeting him like that. It's really annoying. Yeah, because like for example, I'm ignoring all regular greens, and I don't know if that's a right or a wrong thing. I'm only picking up the chevron green. Because I was under the impression that chevron greens roll higher than regular greens. Right, they have a higher tier rolls that they can roll. So why would I tinker around with looking at every single green item when, yes, in theory, it could be better than some of the chevrons that I'm finding. But the odds, like, that's just saying that the chevron rolled poorly. Obviously, it's not a chevron. I'm just calling it a chevron just so we're all on the same page of, like, knowing that there's a difference between the two. I think I'm gonna fiddle with my item filter a little bit. I might change it so I stop seeing like the ranged items and caster items and stuff. Just so I'm only seeing like what I want to. I do like that as an in-game item filter that is like changeable on the fly. That is like a huge quality of life that I wish Path Exiles had. It's like a Last Epoch loot filter system, almost. I still think Last Epoch is a little bit more refined and detailed, but. So, to put it in more perspective, Bears, is I understand that, like, when I'm looking at an item, I'm looking for specific stats. That's not really what I'm curious on. What I'm more curious on is if you have a regular green item, and then you have a green item that has the chevron next to it, and then you have a green item with a double chevron, and then you have a purple, right? If they all roll their max possible rolls that can be rolled on it, which one would give you the best rolls, right? At the very end of the game, when you're looking for the min-max best items, are you trying to fill your character with purples, or are you trying to fill your character with greens? And like, don't get me wrong, there will be a few like caveats to like why you would pick a purple, like a purple over a green, or vice versa, or like a blue over whatever, because like, you know, whether like the set bonuses it gives you, or the plus to like all stats, or whatever. I get that. Mostly with the greens? Okay. So then what are the purples for that? And is it, when you say green, you're talking like double icon greens, or are you talking like basic bitch greens? Because, like I said, when what I gathered from what someone told me is a basic green that doesn't have an icon next to it doesn't roll as strong as an iconed one or a double iconed one. Like, each icon makes it stronger, basically. Really? A basic green would be your ideal best in slot item? Over like this green that has like the little icon next to it that rolls better stats? Seriously? Huh. Interesting. It's funny, like I haven't really looked up any builds, but I have like Googled them to like kind of get an idea like what their characters like gear wise it looks like, not like each piece individually, but like color wise, like what they fill their characters. And most of the ones I found, like they fill their characters with purples. Oop, that was a nice little crash for no apparent reason. Yeah, I get that, Bear. Like I said, I understand the stats that you're looking for. You want every piece to have the correct stats, but can't you get those same 4 stats on like a non-green piece, like on a purple, or on a like a two like a 2 icon green or a 1 icon green? Does it have to be specifically a basic bitch green? Let's see if we have a turn it down here. I guess I have to talk to somebody at Devil's Crossing too. So we'll head there in a second here. Head back to Devil's Crossing really quick, and then we'll come back. And then I know I'm asking a lot, and I'm like, it might sound like I'm nitpicking or whatever. I'm just trying to, when I try to dig into a game and try and like understand it from like the ins and the outs, there's a lot of like questions I have that require like
Good luck.
We're counting on
debates, right?
We were.
And lots of questions that have defend your own reasonings and explain it to me in a way that I can understand it. Because once again, most of my questions come from a standpoint of I've played lots of games that are basically the same genre and everything, right? So I have lots of like experience from other games, but I'm bringing that knowledge in from those games into this game, which is why like some of my information is a little skewed towards one way of thinking or the other. And some games it just doesn't work that way. So trying to understand, right? What was this one that says bring heart of such and such keep in, bring the heart and and Yogelin's keepsake to so and so and Oven under, where's that? Where's this oven of Underbog or whatever it's called? I guess I missed that shrine. Oh yeah, this was the shrine that I couldn't do. It said it was like sealed by somebody. Obviously I could probably figure this out myself. But where is this Coven of Ugderbog or whatever? Is it somewhere just look, can you, oh, it's right here, Underbog. So I have to go here, so it's coming up. Okay. Come on. We're good. I was just kind of curious. Alright, let's head down here.
I'll give you.
Sorry, I answered my own question. I have to pee really quick. Give me just a second. All right, my ad's gonna start in a minute, and I do have another question for you, Bear, if you don't mind. it's all good, Bear. Like, do your best. You know, we'll that's it. I like having debates. I like having conversations. So it might seem like I'm like, you know, busting your balls or something, but I'm honestly, I'm truly curious, right? And that's why I like to have conversations. But when you guys get back from your ad, I do have, like I said, I do have another question. And it's about damage conversions. So if you can type it out while the ad's going on, but I'll wait to continue talking about it until it comes back. But basically my question is that, let's say I had a skill that does fizz and fire and I wanted to do pure fire. If I had something that converted 100% of my fizz damage to fire, but then I had an item that gave me percent increase to physical damage, would that percent increase in physical damage in theory convert to fire damage because I have the 100% fizz damage converted to fire? Or does the conversion happen after all of that so it does nothing? Because a lot of games, the fizz gets converted at the end after everything gets boosted up and it gets its top numbers, and then it does the conversion at the end. Does this do the conversion at the end where the fizz percent would convert to being fire percent at the end? Or is it literally lost and it's a useless stat? Oh, that burp came out of nowhere. Alright, so now we can be here. Back.
Let's see what I can do here.
Well, what's going on, Kat? Sorry I didn't say something sooner. Hopefully you're not in an ad. Are you in an ad, Kat? You just got here, so I'm hoping you're not in an ad. But I appreciate you for shopping in, and hope you're doing well today. Thank you, thank you, thank you, as always. Nope, not in. Alright, sweet. Yeah, I appreciate you for being here. How's stuff going? How's life? Oh, that sucks. I feel like that question, Kat, would require some sort of database query to pull. Because what I would assume is you'd be able to find the ID via using the query on the database to pull the data, and it show you what the ID associated to it is. It's the only thing that would make sense to me. Okay, Barry, okay, so I don't think you understood what I was saying. Are you in an ad, Bear? So yeah, so what your example is kind of like what I was getting at, but my question still stands. I don't have a piece that explains it quite right, I don't think. Yeah, okay, so this right here. So take this piece for example, Bear. Can you hear me? I want to make sure you're not an ad first. Okay, sweet. So, like you said in your example, if I had 100% of physical damage converted to fire, right? That means that all my fizz damage would be fire damage now. So this amulet, or whatever it is, saying 30% to fire would increase that damage by 30%. But my question is, since it still has the tag of 30% to fizz damage, would that increase the base fizz damage that is being converted to fire damage before the conversion? Or is it a lost stat, like it does nothing? So would this item give me 60% increased damage or only 30? Right? So if I had 100 physical damage, would this put me to 130 fizz damage that gets converted to fire at 130% fire, and then 30% of that is added on to as fire on top of that? So 30% of 130 is, I don't know, like 133 or something like that. Right? Would that be how it works? Or like 163 or something like that? Or is that first 30% of the fizz damage just ignored and it doesn't apply because I'm converting it all to fire? That's kind of what I'm curious on. Because like I said, in other games, if you have a conversion like that, it says, okay, you have 100 fizz damage and you have 200% increased fizz damage. So your fizz damage of this skill is currently 200 damage, right? And then it says, now you are converting that fizz damage to fire damage. So now that 200 fizz damage is now 200 fire damage, and then your fire damage gets added on top of that. So if you have 200% fire damage, you are now doing 400% fire damage, or 400 fire damage. That's how most games in this genre work. I'm curious if this game works the same way, or if it's an afterthought, like they convert it first and then all the percentages get added on second. Because if they get it out, if they add on the percentages second, like they do the conversion first, then it kind of, you can't double dip, right? And that's what I was curious, like, because if you can double dip by getting fizz and fire on every piece, that means you're double dipping when you're converting it fully to fire, which could be insane. I hope that made sense. I tried to make it as simple as possible, but it is a lot of information. Woo! I don't know why this fucking plank keeps spawning. Puts me off. Yeah, so you're saying the only unique thing about it, Kat, is the ID itself. And that's what I was curious. Like, but couldn't you pull like a query like that says, hey, can you show me a list of everything that, you know, whatever the thing is. Like, not the unique identifier of it, but like a small list of like, hey, I need every file that has, you know, the extension blah, right? And then you can scroll through like the 100 or 200 on that list to then find the unique ID of the one you're looking for. So it just simplifies the amount of stuff you're looking for. That's what I was curious at. You spin me right round, baby, right round. Alright, hold on. There is a shrine down here I want to hit first. Okay, so the conversions are first. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks because then you can't double dip. But that's what I was curious on. Okay, thank you. Yeah, because if the conversion happens first, then whatever your base fizz damage is, just right off rip, just gets converted. So it's like 200 fizz damage, and that gets converted over to fire, and then any fizz percents are like wasted. Kind of sucks, not gonna lie, but you know, knowing it up front, like we can plan around it. Oh my, yeah, that hurt. Ah. Oh, it's another boss. Okay. Up here to do another thing. Okay, I also want to check on the item tiers that you were talking about. How you were saying like a green is stronger than purples, right? Like these greens, there's no way. I feel like a basic green. There's no way a basic green can be stronger than a purple. It just doesn't have enough lines of like that. No, I mean I could see like the chevroned ones because they have a lot more. The double chevrons because they have so many lines of like um of stats. But obviously finding one that has like the min max perfect stats on it would be really time consuming. but pretty strong at the same time. Trial of corruption. Oh, this sounds terrible. Bro, leave me alone. Ah, ah, touch me in the face. That hurt. That was a little rough. Oh, I don't have enough leech for that. Alright, yeah, we're good here. Oh wait, now we can actually add in this because we have a decent amount of energy. This should give us damage absorption. Take as much damage. Yeah, I know that, Bear. Like I said, that's why I was bringing it up. Because, like, if we look at this one, right? This is a green. But if you look at, like, right here on the screen, you see how it has, like, a little icon next to it? It's like a little, like, shield, like, little green chevron looking thing. That's usually an enhanced form of a basic green. And it has more slots of stats. And usually better stats, from my understanding. Right? But if you look at like a basic green on the ground, let me go find one. They don't have normally as many stats to go on the item. And usually they can be comparable in the roles, but they're not always comparable in the roles. Like I said, that's from my understanding of what I have like Googled, quote unquote, right? Not saying I'm right. I'll show you once I get a green. Makes more sense. Alright, so right here, right? This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, this green, it has 5 stats. Just straight 5 stats. It has technically a 6 because it's a grayed out. But then you look at this one, and look how many more stats it has. It's got the 6 like at the top, and then it's got another 6 underneath for other things. Right? Obviously, it's apples and oranges because this is a belt and this is a weapon. But like, if you compare that belt to this belt, once again, this has what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 stats on it, versus this only has 6. Do you see what I'm seeing? Like the difference in like a basic green and then a green with a chevron. And supposedly there's a double chevron as well. That's supposedly a higher tier than this. That's what I was asking. Because like from my understanding, the greens are more like yellows from Path of Exiles, right? Where they can in theory be the higher tier base gear, but the purples are the ones that you use to like kind of make a build, right? They have the unique effects on them that allow you to customize your build in a unique way. So you use a couple of those to like get your build kind of the way you want it, and then you fill out with greens to like juice the damage and, you know, in the specific way you're trying to. I thought I was looking at it and I wasn't sure if I was right or not. That's why I was asking. Yeah, it's like single rare and like double rare. I couldn't remember what they were called, but yes. And don't those have better stats? Triple rare too? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I know I've seen that doubled, but I know I've seen singles. And that's what I was asking, is like, are you looking for like the triples at the end or the doubles or whatever? Are you looking for just the basic ones that don't have those? Or are you trying to fill out with purples? Like, you already answered that and say you kind of want greens. But are we talking like the doubles, triples, or are we talking like the basic ones? Because I could see and or understand if the like the singles and the doubles and the triples, since they do have more stats, that each stat rolls less than than it would if it was only a regular one. Like the regular one has less stats, but maybe they're more potent. And if that's the case, then I can understand the necessity for going with basic greens, because you want the more potent specific stats rather than a broad spread of stats across like multiple stats. I could see you wanting to like specialize in specific stats and going with a basic one over like a double rare or something like that has more stats on it. That's what I was kind of curious at the end, like what exactly we're looking for, so I have an idea like what not to ignore basically. I have a tendency to ignore a lot of stuff. But I just, like I said, I can't bring myself to looting every single item and looking at every single item. It's too much reading, it's too time consuming, it's too annoying. So I tend to focus on specific things to streamline the process. Oh, I see what you're saying, Tooth Over. Is like, so you can get the same blue piece at a higher tier, so it's the same stuff, but it's just a higher grade, so it has better stats. So you're not stuck with this like dog shit ass level 30 like blue item that's like worthless at the end of the game because it just doesn't have enough stats. Yeah, because some of those blues can be really useful in certain builds. I mean, don't get me wrong, I haven't actually looked up very many builds, but all the builds I've seen don't really use like any blues, so they almost all use purples, which is why I brought up the question to Bears earlier, like what is like the go-to best in slot tier items to be looking for at the end of the game. He said greens, so I mean, I'm taking my face value on it. I'm not 100%, you know, how true it is or not. They've been playing a lot longer than me, so I'm gonna go with what they say is probably true. It's just like I said, like the builds that I did see, they use like almost all purples. That's why I just assumed purples were like the goat, you know. They were the go-to best in slot, like they rolled the highest stats and stuff. Well, once again, that's just me assuming without actually like researching. So that's why most people just do purples, because it's just easy to find and easy to put together. But then the double triple rares would be like kind of like the GOAT, because they roll higher and stronger, but they're just way too hard to find. I mean, so Bear, what I'm getting at is like the purples seem to already have a bunch of prefixes and suffixes on them, but the greens the determination on the greens is if it's a single, double, or triple rare, right? That determines how many prefixes and suffixes they get, from what I've gathered, right? And I think with what Topher was saying is purples are way easier to find, and they just have a lot of stats on them, which is why a lot of people just use those in builds over the greens. But if I put the combination of the two informations you guys have given me, that the greens technically are stronger, they're just harder to obtain. So people settle for the blue or for the green or the purples because they're just easier to obtain. But eventually, if you do find like a double or a triple rare that has the right stats, prefixes, and suffixes, that it would dominate over the purple. But it would just be hard to obtain, right? They're a lot more rare. That's what I'm gathering, at least from what you all are saying. But one of my other questions that I proposed, I'm assuming is false, is that like this item only having 6 items or 6 stats, these won't be more potent because there's less of them than like a double rare, right? Like this, right? This won't be more, like the double rare won't be more potent or less potent. It just, the rolls can vary between a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, or whatever. What I was getting at is, since this has less stats, could these technically roll like their tier 1s? Can the tier 1s on these be higher than, say, this one that has more stats? Because it's spreading it out more. Like, I feel like that's a really dumb way to, that wouldn't make any sense. If I'd seen Well Weapon. Yeah. Now I get that, Pooch. So the question I was proposing, Pooch, was I was trying to find out, at the end of the game, very end, let's say you're min max to the fullest and you're just trying to get the best min max gear, what tier gear would be the best goated if it rolled max? Would it be purples? Would it be regular greens? Would it be double greens, triple greens? You know, like the ones that have the chevrons next to them, that would have like 1, 2, or 3 chevrons. Which ones would technically roll the highest tier 1s possible across the board? And from what I gather, the triple rares would roll the highest, right? But most people use purples because they're just easy to obtain comparatively to a triple rare. But then my secondary question was, a basic green, since it has less stats to juice, right? That, like, on the item, like less prefixes and suffixes. Could those tier 1 rolls roll higher than, say, like an advanced rare like this one that has more, because it's spreading it across more, or not? That was the question I brought up and what we're just currently chatting about. I mean, that's a pretty solid mace for Fizz, obviously. Yeah, that's pretty solid. I think it would be better if you were running Soldier, because you had the +2 to Force Wave. That's pretty solid. Yeah, the Fizz percent, the flat Fizz with the offensive ability. That's pretty good. Okay, but Poach, so with that roundabout information of like how I'm deciphering what everybody's saying is, the these won't be more potent, even though they have less overall stats, those stats won't be more potent than these ones can roll. So it's just better to get double or triple rares that have more stats, so you can combo more stats together, because they'll roll the same regardless, as long as like the tier is the same, right? So a tier 80 would roll the same as another tier 80, and vice versa. Thank you for the info. That's helpful. Oh, but the bottom line, Pooch, or cheesy. I'm gonna call you cheesy. It's just easier. The reason I was bringing it all up, and the reason went down that rabbit hole was because I was curious on what I can ignore. Right, I was gonna change my loot filter to ignore a bunch of stuff. So I'm not gonna sit here and I'm not gonna look at every single green item. Like that's too time consuming. Takes way too long to look at every single item in the entire game. It's gonna slow me down significantly. I'm not about that. So I was trying to. That's actually a decent sword or axe. It's down here. It's this button right here. This little like icon. Wait. What do you mean by their own color category? Wait, what? Wait, why isn't this checked? So what am I? Oh, so this right here. So can I turn off like all of these or just leave these four on? Oh, I got you, Pooch. I got you. Okay. So should I just leave it like these four then? Because we're gonna turn off the ranged items. We're gonna turn off the daggers and scepters, the caster items. We're gonna turn off the shields. I'm gonna turn off the one-handers. I'm basically gonna switch to just two-handers soon here. We'll leave these on. And we want fire damage and burn damage. And then we'll just, I think the rest is fine. We can see the rest. All right. Because the thing is, like, I'm okay with seeing items on the ground, but I'm going to ignore 90% of it because I'm not going to sit there and look at every single item. It's just going to slow you down, and most of the gear is just there, right? So I'd rather just hyper focus on like specific pieces that I know for a fact I want to look at, and that's why I want to. That's how I want to set up my item filter, right? No rain. Oh no. Yeah, so wife was telling me that tomorrow's high is supposed to be a high of 65. Bro, it's been like 95 to 100 for like the last like a week. And now it's gonna drop to 65 out of nowhere. Like what the fuck? 10 a.m. rain? That's crazy. You know what's funny too, Topher, is like yesterday they were saying, oh, it's not going to rain on Wednesday, or it's not going to rain on Tuesday. Tuesday will be nice and clean. And then Tuesday comes around and they're like, hey, it's going to rain today at 6. And then like, oh, now it's going to rain at like 4. Oh, now it's going to rain at like 3. And then it rained for like less than 5 minutes. And then like now they're like, oh, now it's going to rain tomorrow. It's like, can you like make up your fucking mind? Like, I swear that the weather people have no, they just guess. They're straight up just guessing. They have no fucking idea when it's gonna rain. Because like they don't ever say 100%, right? They always say like 60, 70, 80, maybe 10 or like 90%. Very rarely they do 100%. And no matter what they say, they're always right. If they say 90% chance of rain, you don't see rain, well, they weren't wrong. They only said 90%. It's so fucking frustrating. Bro, and now I can't get back in. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, I need to reset the game to come back in here to kill this guy again to get back in here. Oh. That's frustrating. That's the second thing I've run into that I've had to do that with. Yeah, it says there's a quest in there, though. Like, it had a little star on it, and it said there was a quest, so I went in there to do it, and I ended up dying. Not a big deal. Whatever. I'll probably die again, but... once again, whatever. Do our best. Also, Cheesy, since you're new here, I wanted to welcome you. Thanks for coming in. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're having a good day and everything. I proposed this question to Bear. Bear answered my question earlier, but I wanted to propose the same question to you and see if, you know, his information aligns with your information and kind of see. I like to ask questions. I like to, you know, get as much information as I can and compile it from multiple sources to verify, you know, the validity of it. But so the question is, damage conversions in this game. Okay. If you were to 100% convert a stat, let's take fizz damage for example. If you were to 100% convert physical damage to like fire damage, would a piece of gear that says increases fizz percent and fire percent, would it give you both percentages increasements or only one of them? To simplify this, does the conversion of fizz damage happen at the beginning or the end? Bear says it happens at the beginning, and I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure, right? Converts then applies. Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. Because I know a lot of games, they do the conversion second. And that's why I wanted to ask, because it allows you to double dip. But obviously this game doesn't, so. Maggie? Maggie? I'm gonna call you Maggie. If that's wrong, let me know. Welcome in, appreciate you. Thanks for chiming in with the question, or the answer to the question. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But, you know, that's three people that have all basically said the same thing. So I'm going to go with gospel on that. And the reason I asked is because I was kind of curious if there was a way to double dip by, you know, increasing my fizz damage and then having it convert over to an element and then shooting out the element damage on top of that. So I can get, like, kind of double the damage with. Because I can see that being absolutely absurdly busted with how many prefixes and suffixes you can get on gear in this game, that if you were able to do multiple full-on conversions, it would be kind of busted, right? For example, if you were able to 100% convert fizz to fire and then 100% convert fire to cold and daisy chain it that way, but then also have gear that has, you know, increasements to each, right? You had a fizz percent, you had a fire percent, you had a cold percent. Like, it would get absurd. Like, you would be able to absolutely double, triple, quadruple dip your damage, depending on the build you put together. It would be kind of ridiculous. I could see it, why they wouldn't do it that way. Oh, that is a long... I will read that later. Thank you, Bear. I'll read that later. No, I see it, Bear. I see it. I can still see links, but I don't let other people... I block them so other people can't see them. I get what you're saying, Cheesy. Like I said, I've played a lot of ARPGs, and I play a lot of MMOs, RPGs, so I kind of understand like how a lot of it works. It's just every game does it slightly different. So it's understanding the difference in the games to know which one it does. Oh, okay, this guy is actually annoying compared to the last one. This one's much harder. We're gonna have to wait for our cooldowns and stuff. Like I said, the reason I brought it up is because I was just kind of curious, you know, bringing knowledge from other games, and I was trying to theory craft and or like identify where I could like kind of take advantage of like certain aspects. Because I wanted to go with a fire build here, so if it was possible to run both. Oh, I didn't even get the key. Okay, so how do I get the key to get back in here? I thought I had to kill that thing. Okay. I'm even more annoyed now. How do I get the key to get in there then? Well, that's bullshit. Oh, it can be crafted? Oh. Okay. Yeah, well, that's why I was curious, because like that's the second time I've gone into a door and then I died and or didn't walk in, and then it's like, oh, you don't have the required key. I'm like, what do you mean? So I thought maybe it was the guy before it dropped it, and that's how I was able to get into it. I didn't realize if you failed it originally, and in order to get another one, you had to like craft another. Okay, that makes sense. Appreciate that. Like rocket size, no shit, Bear, no shit. You're not wrong. Alright, well, we've cleared everything except for this. And up here. So let's go down and see what the other direction has to offer. But yeah, like I was saying, so I was thinking, since I wouldn't say I accidentally picked Arcanist, but I didn't know that once I put points into my second class that I couldn't change it again. So I ended up with Arcanist because someone recommended, oh, you're struggling with energy, you know, regen, so why don't you just pick up Arcanist and it'll get you Leech. I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Not realizing now I'm stuck with Arcanist. I wanted to do a Fizz the Bleed build, kind of thing. Well, actually, let me take it back. I wanted to do an Oathbreaker Inquisitor build with the Fire Aura around me, so I was spinning to win while doing Fire Aura, ripping Fire Res off of people, and then just going into a Fire build from there. But I'm gonna still do a Fire build, but now I'm gonna do it as an Arcanist, because this worked out that way, I guess. So that's why I was proposing the question, because if there was a way to double dip where this skill already does fizz and fire damage, if I could get pieces of gear that increase both fizz and fire and then full convert to fire, allowing me to double dip, that would be insane. It would give me a lot of damage, but like I said, from what you guys have said, it's not possible. So, not a big deal. We'll make it work. But that's why I was proposing the question and asking, because that's why, like, where my mind was going and what I was thinking. This guy has a lot of flipping HP, and he does a lot of damage. Stop dropping these puddles right on the boss. Give me a second to catch up on chat, guys. I need to focus on this guy so I don't die. Oh my god, I almost died instantly as I walked in there. Fucking hurt. Oh my god, I didn't make sure I don't die, but almost fucking fell over instantly. Move. Oh, okay. Looks good. Yeah, because the way this is looking right now, with the way my build is going, I'm gonna need to get some sort of fizz converted to fire and lightning converted to fire. Because the skill does lightning and fizz and fire. That's done. We can head back here. Alright, let me catch up on what you guys are saying. Dad refresh? Okay. Welcome back, Topher. Yeah, I'm waiting for you guys to get out of an ad. So whoever is in an ad, they won't miss the conversation. So we'll wait. But I was basically just gonna reply to what you said, Cheesy. It's kind of like what I was thinking. Oh man, I'm getting freaking hungry. 5 o'clock though. Alright, so you guys are about to get out of an ad, so I'll just let y'all know we are gonna be getting out of here soon. It's pretty much the end of the stream, so we'll try and get like 1 or 2 more quests done. Or like get to our next portal area, and then we'll call it at that point. Just gonna finish this area, I think. Kind of see if there's anything left for me to do in this zone before we call it. But yeah, I'm hungry. Pretty much the end of the night, I gotta like, do the dog food and make the wife breakfast and go clean up a little bit and gotta do a handful of miscellaneous stuff. And then I gotta get read my emails for work tonight, because work tonight. So, we'll finish this up soon here and then call it a night. It's been a blast. Like, you guys have been really helpful. You guys have been really nice. Really enjoying the Grim Dawn community so far. Not a forever game for me, I will be honest. It's pretty fun, but these games have like a finite shelf life for me because I kind of get bored of just rinsing and repeating, just grinding the same map over and over again for a specific item to min-max for no apparent reason. Max. So it's fun to gear your character. It's fun to like put a build together and enjoy like testing it and trying it out and trying to make it stronger. But that only holds water for so long before it gets like really repetitive and annoying. So we'll play it for a while, but we don't know how long we'll make it because eventually I'll hit a brick wall and I'll just be like, all right, I'm done. I don't know when that'll be, but like I said, I like to be upfront and honest with you guys about like the games we play, how long we're gonna play them, and what we'll be doing since we do switch games pretty regularly. So far, this has been a pretty good game so far. A few miscellaneous things that I dislike about it, but you know, it is what it is. You know, not every game is perfect. Actually, no game is perfect, but. Oh man. Bum, 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 bum. I have to backtrack because it's like another zone altogether. Alright, so here is the fast travel. So that'll push us to the next zone. Let's flip down here. Yeah, I don't know much about the factions or anything. Like I said, I don't really do a whole lot of reading when it comes to like quests and stuff like that. So there's been some people that are like, I've accepted a quest and then I see a guy with a question mark, I walk over and just instantly like just drop it on him and just call it a day. And it like aligns me to them and I'm like, oh, well, I didn't know that's what was about to happen. You know what I mean? So I've aligned to some factions that, you know, I probably could like align to a different faction on another playthrough or something like that. I'm not opposed to playing more than one character, right? This is just our first character playthrough. This is just us learning the game and understanding it. And, you know, another character will play differently. You know, we won't do Oathbreaker and we won't do Arcanist next time. We'll do, you know, actually I do have a second character. He's basically, I call him Walking Simulator. He is an Inquisitor and a Nightblade or whatever. So he's basically doing the Devil Aura damage nodes. So he has the cold aura around him and he has the fire aura around him and he's just walking around killing things with the auras. Not a very efficient build right now. I have to find a way to like fix it, make it actually survive and do damage. But that's my second character that we're gonna mess with because I'm a Righteous Fire player from Path of the Exiles. Like my go-to build. So I was trying to like mimic that kind of. It's struggle busting right now. It just doesn't have enough like upfront like single target damage right now. I gotta add in like a single target skill. I should do some damage to bosses and stuff. But yeah, like a third character would come in and we might play, you know, soldier with, I don't know, Necro or something. We'll just toss things together just so I can try all the classes at some point. But that'll, hopefully we won't get bored too fast and we'll be able to actually do that. Because I don't really understand, I haven't got there yet, what the end game entails. Like, what exactly, like, what are you zoning into and what are you grinding to, like, grind for gear, right? Are you, like, zoning in and killing specific bosses for specific, you know, in specific zones to get specific gear drops? Are you doing, like, what Diablo 3 does and do, like, greater rifts kind of thing? Or you're just spamming rifts over and over again, which is, like, just generic-ass zones with mobs that at the end you get, like, loot drop and, you know, Bob's your uncle. Or are you doing map system like Last Epoch and the other one called and Path of Exiles? Like, kind of curious on like how the end game kind of goes, you know. Gotta finish going down here. So, Kep, are you saying that like once I've completed the whole campaign, I'll unlock the difficulty slider kind of thing, and I can use that on any character? Oh, I can do it right now, really? Oh, what was that? What was that? Yo, someone did something on YouTube. What'd you guys do on YouTube? What was that? I don't know what that was. Hold on. Let me kill this thing. Is that a follow? Was that a Submarino? Hold on. I don't know what that was. Yo, it was a sub. Yo, welcome, welcome, welcome. That's crazy. Yo, thank you. You're awesome. 3 main ways to farm in-game? Okay. Would you elaborate if you would mind? I mean, you don't have to. I'm just kind of curious. I don't know how to say your name of whoever subbed to us on YouTube because it is in phonetics. And yeah, I'm terrible at reading as it is. But I almost want to call you Chewbacca. But can I call you Chew? Thank you for the sub on YouTube, man. That was appreciated. Super huge, super appreciated. You're the first one to actually sub to us live on stream, so thank you. Popping my cherry. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you are enjoying the YouTube stream. I am sorry that it is delayed compared to the Twitch stream because it defaults to normal latency, so you are delayed probably about 20 to 30 seconds. So thank you from the future. I am sorry, but there's no way I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it, but I don't know how to do the fix the way that I stream. So kind of sucks that you guys will be delayed if you watch me on YouTube. But I appreciate the subs. The subs are great. I would love to get more of you to sub on the YouTube. Just so I can at least get it to be monetized. That would be really nice. But I appreciate you. Like I said, thank you for that follow, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're having a good day and everything. We are going to be getting off here soon, too. It is 5 o'clock, and that's the end of the stream time. I was just finishing up this zone. It looks like we're kind of done here, and we're having a conversation over on Twitch at the same time. But I appreciate you, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like I said, I know I've said it 100 times, but you're the first, and I wanted to thank you for it. I appreciate it. All right, so what were you saying, Cheesy? Sorry. I'm just running through the campaign maps again. Ultimate, fireman challenges, dungeons, shrines. So with the first method, Pooch, would that be something like you would farm specific sections, like specific bosses or specific shrines in specific areas for specific gear, and you would just leave the game and rejoin the game, leave the game and rejoin the game, and just rinse and repeat to farm that specific like couple zones? Is that like option number one? And I think I saw the Shattered Realm that you're talking about. It's like the green portal, right? Farming options, okay. And then this one is what you're talking about for the option 2. Shattered Realm is this thing, Emissary Rift. Or is that option 3? Because I did see here where it's got Crucible, so that's option 3. I did this a little bit. This is interesting. So I'm assuming section 2 is like the rift one from the green portal. I have gone in the green portal. I did go through a rift and I got my ass kicked. Like this place, right? Haven't really done this yet, so. But I did try a portal, and I did the first portal, and then it pushed me into a second portal, and I got my actual ass handed to me. Friends from the other side. Yeah, true. Thank you, man. So yeah, I think that's it though. And there's no way to know. So without going to like the wiki or googling it, cheesy, there's no way to know like what zones to farm the campaign to get specific items unless you just figure it out, right? Because I know there's like some zones that drop this helmet on repeat constantly that almost always has fizz damage and ether damage, right? And then there's other ones that always drop like shoulders that have fire damage or helmets that always have fire damage. Like I know there's certain areas and certain mobs that always drop specific ones. Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's gonna be a wiki for it, right? I haven't looked at that stuff, cheesy. Like typically when I play these games, I try and I use the wiki for some things, but I try when I'm first learning the game, I try not to look at the wiki all that much. I like to talk to people more than just Googling, right? Yeah, how do I change it to ultimate? I don't know how to do that. Oh, right here. Interesting. Start the story from the beginning. I don't want to do that. You got a new adventure. Yo, can I finish the story before we do that? Or have I already completed the game? Because I feel like I haven't finished the campaign yet. Because I want to finish the campaign at least one time through before I worry about like starting it over. Like I said, this is our other guy. He's just an Orabot, and he's struggling. Start Act 1. Oh, no. We'll do that another time. I mean, I don't mind doing that with this guy, because, you know, he's not as far along. I want to finish the campaign with at least one character from start to finish. Like, every game I play, I do that at least once, right? So, like, Path of the Exiles, I didn't take any carries or anything until I went from point A to point B all the way through by myself, completely and utterly did all the quests. Once I've done that, then I take carries, and then I, you know, don't really care like how I push through games and get carried and speed run things and stuff like that. But the first time through on my first character, I normally typically take my sweet ass time and do everything, clear everything, do all the zones, and figure it out. And then my other characters, I do as fast as I can to level. Like I'll go into like the harder modes and I'll level by doing like rifts and stuff like that instead of doing like the campaign, because campaign can suck it. But anyway, with that said, guys, a little after 5, we are going to call it a night. I am going to look up this that you sent me about the conversions. I'm going to read that. And then I'm going to look up the... I'm going to watch the video Topher sent me. Topher, didn't you send me another video after the fact? Send me like another one. Oh, yeah, the Reddit link. Bro! Yo, did you get that? Or is that's a rando? How lucky is that, Topher? That Reddit post? Bro, that is fucking lucky. Holy shit. That's crazy. Yeah, I've gotten 2 and none of mine have, like, both of mine have been a single loot with something else.
Get out of here, man. Shit,
That's crazy. Yeah, I've gotten 2. Anyway, all right, guys. Like I said, we are going to call it here. Chew from YouTube, thank you very much for hanging out. Hopefully you're still here. I am going to call it here. We will be back on this weekend, so Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights. Or if you're in a time zone ahead of me, it'll be Saturday, Sunday, and Monday mornings. But I appreciate y'all for being here. I appreciate you on YouTube for coming and hanging out and joining us. And all of you on Twitch, thank you for being here as well. Thank you for answering my questions, chatting with me, hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I do have a YouTube. I do have a Discord. If you want to join the Discord, the only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you ever have any gaming questions, you ever need any help with something, you ever want to show something off, share something, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in the Discord. When I am not streaming, I do work from home, so if you ever need me, you can just add me in the Discord, and I'll get back to you and help you out. And if any of you on Twitch haven't checked out my YouTube, I would appreciate that. Go over there, thumbs up, comment, watch a video or two, share with a friend. Anything would be appreciated. But I appreciate you guys a lot. Like I said, hope you guys had a good time hanging out. Hope you had good conversations. Enjoyed the stream. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Hope you have a good next couple days, and hopefully we'll see you this weekend. I appreciate you guys. Take it easy. Talk to you guys later. And yeah, bye. See you guys later.